You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Welcome back to Hurricane Week, Day 4. And what a great time it is here. Back in the studio with me, Nathan Foy, and that was not supposed to happen. God damn it, that was supposed to keep playing in the background. You know, it adds a little bit of extra. That's the first time that's happened. I know I'm known for it, but there we go. It's just me then. And just in the background briefly, we've got Seven with us. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
I got McDonald's.
So Seven is there in the background, and we'll be chatting about all kinds of stuff later on this evening. We have got, hopefully, game shows, depending on if the people turn up or not. It seems to have been the theme all week. We have got more analysis of monthly summaries from the Cyclone seasons around the world. Today we'll be looking at, what are we up to? Is it May and June today, I think? Or no, actually, I think it's June and July today. So I remember we did a few May ones yesterday. Yep, so very interesting. We've got one or two animations as well, and I think is going to be the staple for tonight after we've gone through our next 20 in the top 100. We've also got, to finish off tonight, the Force 13 Music Remix Collection. Seven, what do you think about that? Right. So that's also coming up, the Force 13 Remix Collection. Basically, we know there's been a bunch of people out there who've made remixes of Force 13 tunes, and we've got them all together, and we've put together a nice little compilation that we're going to be able to listen to tonight. So that's coming up later. But now we have our next 20. So we're now looking at my top 40 to 21 tropical cyclones, and it goes for the whole hour. So we'll take you right there now and see you on the other side. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, October 1954. A tropical storm developed and became Hurricane Hazel as it entered the eastern Caribbean Sea, staying at a low latitude at first before slowing down just north of Colombia. It then strengthened and gradually turned around towards the north and northeast before striking Haiti as a very strong Category 3 storm, causing misery over the country. It then continued to sweep through the Turks and Caicos Islands and the Bahamas, and then swept northwards, became a Category 4, and then swept through the coast of the Carolinas as an extremely powerful storm as it was turning post-tropical, and then went up into Canada. This storm was a ferocious hurricane. Back in 1954, it was the most destructive storm to occur since the Long Island Express in 1938, the New England hurricane. Hazel on its own was still a tremendous storm, a Category 4 landfall with extremely powerful winds and storm surge, really menacing the coast of South Carolina, and Myrtle Beach was pretty much the worst place affected. Hazel was also one of the worst hurricanes in Canadian history, particularly in the interior. In total, the storm caused 1,191 fatalities, most of those in Haiti. But damages, most of those occurred in the Americas, the United States and Canada. 57,000 buildings damaged and 39,000 destroyed. It also caused $382 million in damage, although not quite as much as Carol from earlier in the year. It did eclipse Carol in terms of the raw buildings destroyed. It also produced 286 millimeters of rainfall. Hurricane Hazel, number 40 in my top 100. Miraguan, Haiti, October 1963. A tropical depression formed in the main development region of the Atlantic and at a low trajectory became a hurricane before reaching Trinidad and Tobago, Hurricane Flora. It rapidly intensified for a little while, becoming a Category 4 storm, peaking with winds of 150 miles per hour as it made landfall in Haiti. It then moved on to southern Cuba and stalled over the area for several days, dumping tremendous amounts of rainfall over the entire region. It eventually curved towards the east and then northeast, strengthening again to a Category 2, where it maintained for some time before turning post-tropical and weakening quite a bit after that transition on October 12th. It continued northeastwards and took a more erratic track as it got right up to the upper latitudes there towards the coast of Greenland, turned around briefly and then died off completely to the southeast of Greenland. It damaged 3,500 buildings and destroyed 32,000, although it was probably much more, we just don't really know. And as mentioned, the rainfall was absolutely astronomical. It also produced a 12-foot storm surge when it rolled into the western part of Hispaniola. Hurricane Flora is number 39 in my top 100. Wakayama, Japan, October 1979. A tropical disturbance first formed near Pohnpei, Micronesia in the first days of October, and after stalling and slaloming around itself for a while, it eventually became Tropical Storm Tip and gradually intensified at first while still being fairly erratic, but then it made a more committed movement towards the northwest, passing by Guam as it became a typhoon, and then rapidly intensified, explosively even, to become an extremely intense Category 5 storm over the open western Pacific into the Philippine Sea. Tip gradually weakened, but its size was absolutely phenomenal. Tip is regarded as one of the largest storms ever recorded, and continued northwards, then northeastwards, slamming Japan, making landfall near Wakayama, and continuing northeastwards through the islands, and then off towards the Bering Sea. Tip was an extraordinary storm in its power and in its size. At various points in its life, it was suggested that the storm's cloud cover and wind field extended as far as 1,500 miles, an extreme distance for a storm's influence to cover. Tip, in terms of its closed isobars, extended out around 800 nautical miles, which isn't the largest in history, although it is up there certainly. Of course, Tip's other record claim to fame is that it is the most intense storm recorded, and that is a record that hasn't been taken away from it before or since, with that 870 millibar reading from Recon in the early hours of October the 12th. Despite that, the storm may have been even stronger at its peak, as there was a recon gap where the storm looked more impressive on satellite after they left the storm, and it may well have gone a little bit lower, down to maybe 868 or 865 millibars as an absolute minimum. We'll never know the answer to that question as to whether Tip may have been more intense, but the damage pictures show what the storm was capable of, even as it was dying off in its last days through Japan. Tip was responsible for 111 fatalities, $400 million in damages, and 37,000 buildings damaged, mainly in Japan, 7,500 destroyed. Tip's final wind speed estimate from Force 13 is 195 miles per hour, which is a little bit higher than the official word on it, but with a pressure so low, I think it's justified. Typhoon Tip is number 38 in our top 100. Gulf Shores, Alabama, September 2004. The tropical disturbance left the coast of Africa, a wave initially of course, in the early days of September, and quickly became a tropical storm, Tropical Storm Ivan, one of few storms to form below 10 degrees north in the Atlantic. It quickly intensified to a Category 3 at that low latitude as well, and continued ramping up in intensity gradually through Grenada and then into the Caribbean Sea. Hurricane Ivan then reached its first Category 5 peak in the Central Caribbean, its second one just as it was pulling away from Jamaica, which it stalled close to as a very strong storm, past Grand Cayman, and then continuing towards the Yucatan Channel at its third and strongest Category 5 peak. It then continued northwards, reaching the coast of Alabama, making landfall there, still as a strong Category 3 storm, then moving inland and tracing around the east coast of the United States. It then dropped southwards and then redeveloped into a tropical cyclone eventually, after passing through Florida as a remnant low. It went in for round 2 in the Gulf of Mexico. I'm not sure any storm apart from Ivan has done that. Briefly became a tropical storm again and made landfall as a depression in Texas. Well, needless to say, Ivan was a very destructive storm. It's fresh in the minds of many people along the Caribbean Sea coastlines and up the Gulf of Mexico, peaking with winds of 165 miles per hour and a pressure of 910 millibars, bringing with it a pretty destructive storm surge. It caused 124 fatalities in all. It damaged 58,000 buildings and destroyed 31,000, and 118 fled the storm before it arrived. In total, it caused $20 billion in damages, and it surely would have been a lot worse if it maintained its intensity before landfall. It reached a very impressive appearance just before striking the Gulf Coast, but ultimately it collapsed just as it was starting to make landfall along the coast of Alabama. Nonetheless, Ivan was still a very destructive storm, as aforementioned already, and that's why it's number 37 in my top 100. West Palm Beach, Florida, September 1928. A tropical depression formed off the coast of Africa and became a tropical storm as it passed Cape Verde and continued out over the open waters of the main development region of the Atlantic. As many strong storms tend to begin, this one was no exception, strengthening to a hurricane and then becoming a major as it struck Guadeloupe and then on towards Puerto Rico, where it made a Category 5 landfall. It then continued past the Dominican Republic and barreled through the Bahamas as a Category 4 all the way to its landfall in Florida, moving north of Lake Okeechobee and then continuing northwards and then turning northeastwards through the Carolinas and off up the eastern seaboard of the United States. Named the Okeechobee Hurricane contemporarily, this was a magnificent storm in terms of its intensity. An extremely destructive and deadly one though, however. In Guadeloupe alone, there were 1,200 people killed by this storm, where it caused tremendous damage. In total, 4,078 were killed by this storm, $100 million of damages, 192,000 buildings damaged and 26,000 destroyed, in what was an extremely dangerous, powerful, devastating blow for Florida just 2 years after the Miami hurricane. That's number 36 on my top 100. Cayo Costa, Florida, September 2022.
Hurricane Ian was a catastrophic Category 4 hurricane that made landfall in southwestern Florida on the 27th to the 29th, and to me it was one of those storms that you really couldn't mess with due to the fact that it was structured so well and had such a brutal force as it slammed into the coast. Just the satellite imagery presentations before landfall were just horrifying and perfect for the storm to continue to intensify. As we saw, it rapidly intensified to almost a Category 5 hurricane in the southeastern Gulf of Mexico before making landfall into southwest Florida. Just the devastating impacts that were to come from the storm were just horrible. Hundreds of fatalities, hundreds of injuries, and a lot of homes, a lot of cities submerged underwater. It's just very, very, very scary, very, very unfortunate. And also, the interesting thing is that the storm also affected South Carolina and the Carolinas as a whole as well. So it's like, it just comes to show that the storm meant business, and I do pray that we don't see another storm like this ever again. But I mean, Hurricane Ian was definitely a storm to, let's say, kind of, I wouldn't say it wanted to make up the lack of, like, hurricanes that we saw during the 2022 season at the time, because yes, the 2022 season was indeed, like, average to below average. However, I feel like Ian really made a mark because of the fact that it was actually almost the first Category 5 hurricane since, I believe, technically after Iota, or before Iota's downgrade, it would be the first almost, like, near Category 5 since Iota. So yeah, it's just historic storm and historic impacts to Florida and the Carolinas. And it was just a one hell of a storm.
As we know, Ian was a highly destructive storm with its 15-foot storm surge estimated at landfall. Preliminary statistics show that 162 were killed by this storm in total, which is quite a high toll considering that most of that was in the United States. It has caused at least $11 billion in damages, probably more, damaged 44,000 buildings and destroyed nearly 6,000. Additionally, it was reported that up to 800 millimeters of rain fell in some parts of eastern Florida during Ian's passage. An incredible storm to look back on. We don't have all the details and all the specifics on the storm just yet, as it was so recent, but Ian clearly takes number 35 on my top 100 this year. Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, September 1930. A tropical depression formed out over the main development region of the Atlantic, becoming a tropical storm and then a hurricane as it approached the Lesser Antilles. The storm struck Dominica most harshly through the Lesser Antilles and then went on towards Hispaniola, peaking as a high-end Category 4 just before it struck near Santo Domingo and then moved through the rest of Hispaniola. Venturing towards Western Caribbean through Western Cuba as a weak tropical storm by this point, and then it continued northwards, curved round towards the northeast, thankfully only a weak storm as it passed through Florida. It then continued northeastwards, weakened to a depression briefly and strengthened again, and then it became a hurricane once again as it approached the Outer Banks of North Carolina, sweeping by there and then off out to sea. Secondary peak as a Category 2 turned eastwards, and eventually the storm fizzled out not far from the Azores. Well, this storm was extremely destructive on St. Kitts and on Dominica. This storm caused significant damage. In Puerto Rico it was slightly less, but still quite significant. But the worst damages, of course, were in Santo Domingo, where the storm, with 180 mph gusts recorded, tore apart structure after structure as it continued to plough through the southern coast of the Dominican Republic. It was also an extremely deadly storm, right up there with the storms of history, with 5,002 fatalities at least, $50 million in damages, which was quite a lot for the time, and 75,000 buildings damaged, 50,000 destroyed. Additionally, 8,000 were injured by this storm, which made landfall near its peak intensity. That's the Dominican Republic Santo Domingo hurricane of 1930, coming in at number 34 in my top 100. Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, September 1998. A tropical disturbance was first tracked just off the coast of Africa in the middle part of September of that year, becoming a tropical depression and quickly into Tropical Storm Georges as it continued across the main development region. This storm would intensify relatively quickly and stably, I suppose, becoming a strong Category 4 storm as it approached the Lesser Antilles, ploughing through the Leeward Islands, through Puerto Rico, and then onto Hispaniola as a Category 2 or 3 storm at times. It then moved through Cuba, still as a hurricane, trekking over a lot of those land areas. Then it took a swipe at Key West, and then continued through the Gulf of Mexico before making its final landfall not far from New Orleans. It then moved inland over Mississippi and Alabama, and then over the Florida Panhandle, and then skirted towards the east. The remnants of the storm were still traceable out into the western Atlantic Ocean as it started to move further towards the east. Georges impacted so many different locations and made a multitude of landfalls. First of all, though, its peak intensity just shy of Category 5 status, looking very impressive on satellite imagery. Questions as to whether it was a Category 5 or not, just like with Floyd, I suppose, but the answer is pretty much on the side of not quite. Georges was a tremendous and formidable storm for so many of the areas that it affected, from the Leeward Islands, where significant impacts were felt, through Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands, but the worst death toll and part of the worst damages occurred in the Dominican Republic and into Haiti, where hundreds were killed. The storm also caused major damage across Cuba and left the Florida Keys without power. Significant damages also occurred there, and rainfall amounts, even as far as Florida, were exceptional, up to nearly 1,000 millimeters of rain over that area. Also, 25 inches of rain was recorded in Mississippi too, and the storm surge from this storm was also significant as well.
My home now is demolished. Behind it, the roof, and the living room and the dining room, I totally messed up.
So many different talking points regarding Georges. It was extremely costly as well, with billions of dollars of damages reported from various different locations. Probably the first time in which multiple countries, or 2 or 3 or even 4 different countries, reported $1 billion of damages. All in all, Georges caused $9.7 billion in damages. It killed 2,862, mainly on Hispaniola. It damaged 192,000 buildings, 75,000 of which in the Dominican Republic and 65,000 in Cuba. 33,000 buildings destroyed, and apparently 500,000 injured from this storm. It also caused an enormous evacuation of over 2.6 million across these islands and across the Gulf Coast, and the highest rainfall amount was 990 millimeters. It also packed with it a 12-foot storm surge when it arrived on the Gulf Coast. Georges, a storm to remember, not the only one that season, from 1998, number 33 in my top 100. Long Island, New York. September 1938. A tropical depression formed in the far eastern Atlantic and became a tropical storm, remaining relatively weak for its first few days as it traversed the Atlantic, although it may have been stronger as record keeping wasn't so great in the open waters at this time. It did eventually strengthen into a hurricane by September 15th, approaching the Lesser Antilles, strengthening further and eventually peaking as an extremely powerful storm, got to Category 4 status on the 18th and then reached Category 5 not far from the Bahamas, and then started to turn northwards, and then it shot up really quickly past the Outer Banks and through straight into Long Island and New England, and there it made a Category 3 landfall.
It's war of the elements on man and all his works. The tail end of a hurricane hits New York and the eastern seacoast. In the air, the raging howl of the wind. On the earth, the surging hiss of the water. As
we saw on the track there, it was very abrupt and quick movement through towards the north, and eventually making landfall with winds of around 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 940 millibars roughly. And it was probably quite a surprise for many people who were watching out not for a storm like this in that September of this year. But the storm brought with it an extremely strong wind field, of course, and an extremely powerful storm surge. And the storm first made landfall on Fire Island, of which there's a picture, and then continued inland, making another landfall on the actual Long Island Peninsula itself, and then made a final landfall in Connecticut as it moved towards the north, still at least a Category 2 by that point. A devastating hurricane which caused massive surge and flooding issues, but also massive wind problems as well. It caused 800 fatalities in all, $306 million in damages, which was one of the costliest hurricanes of that time, 52,000 buildings damaged and 4,500 destroyed, although it was probably more. In addition, 708 were injured by this storm, which of course was also felt in the cities nearby, the New York City area as well, getting impacted by this storm. The Empire State Building at elevation got winds of 120 miles per hour, even though it was some distance away from where the storm made landfall. Well, some suggest that if this storm occurred today, its damages would be in excess of $35 billion, maybe even more than that now that we are continuing to go on with the years, of course, since half of these estimates were made. But there's more video and imagery than one might have thought, and a lot of that is available to view here. And as you can see, some of the vehicles with water right up to the roofs as this storm really plundered that whole entire New England region. It certainly won't be forgotten in a hurry. The New England hurricane of 1938, also known as the Long Island Express, number 32 in my top 100. Banqiao, China, August 1975. A tropical disturbance formed out in the Philippine Sea, slowly moving southwestwards at the end of July, became a tropical storm and then rapidly intensified to become a strong typhoon, Typhoon Nina. It reached Taiwan as a Category 3, making landfall there, and then swept into China, where it caused tremendous amounts of flooding and serious issues that would be reflected upon for decades to come. Well, what happened was that there was a major dam collapse, or actually a series of dam collapses, particularly though the Banqiao Dam, which is what the storm is most well known for. This dam breach caused an enormous amount of fatalities. It came without much warning, and it caused massive inundations of flooding. A lot of these dams in the area were built in the 1950s during the changes that were going on in China in the later part of that decade, the Great Leap Forward, which caused a lot of industry to spring up and pollution, and caused a loss of forest in the area, which exacerbated issues with the flooding. After this dam burst, loads of locations further down the river had serious issues with what was to come, and the Chinese authorities took it into their own hands, and they had to bomb several other reservoirs. The Shuang Dam was bombed, the Liubuku Dam was bombed, the Bantai Dam was bombed, the Heilongtang Dam was bombed, and the Fangji Dam was also bombed, as well as Shangang further downriver. Such was the case that the water was just really chuttering down, and there had to be more space made for all of that water that was rushing through at speeds of up to 31 miles per hour. This incredible disaster was responsible for over 200,000 fatalities. Around 140,000 of those occurred during famine and disease after the event occurred, with many people inaccessible to rescue for many days after the event. It's also thought that 5 million buildings were destroyed by the floods and the serious dam breaches, and the damages in terms of monetary value around 1.2 billion, although it may have been more. Nina in itself was a very strong storm. It peaked with winds of 155 miles per hour and a pressure of 900 millibars, nearly a Category 5. No real evidence supporting that Category 5 status, however, so it does remain a strong Category 4. With the death toll of potentially up to 240,000 by some reports, Nina is an extremely disastrous storm, and certainly the deadliest in contemporary records in the Western Pacific. Number 31 in my top 100. Case, Haiti, August 1980. A tropical disturbance formed off the coast of Africa, a wave moving through the eastern Atlantic as so many do, and ended up becoming a tropical depression. Early season for a storm from this origin becomes a tropical storm and then Hurricane Allen, strengthening rapidly as it ravages Barbados and moves through into the eastern Caribbean Sea via Dominica, and then it passes close to Haiti as a Category 5, weakens, then strengthens to a Category 5 a second time as it passes the Yucatan, and then a third time as it reaches the western Gulf of Mexico, and then makes a Category 3 landfall near the border between Texas and Mexico. Hurricane Allen, an extremely powerful storm as you saw there, moved rather quickly through the Caribbean Sea and still managed to become an extremely strong storm. Even though it didn't make landfall in Haiti, it made a very close pass at Category 5 status, and I regard Haiti as a tough field but probably the worst affected location. A lot of countries were affected by the storm adversely, of course. We saw it just there in Jamaica, on the northern tip of the Yucatan, in Texas, and in the Windward Islands and in Barbados. Overall, 269 were killed by this storm. Its damage total amounted to $1.2 billion, and it damaged at least 500 buildings, although information is pretty scant on actual damages. But Allen will always be known for being pretty much the strongest storm recorded in the Atlantic Ocean, with winds the National Hurricane Center operationally suggested of 195 miles per hour, but they downgraded it slightly to 190, one of only 3 or 4 190 mile per hour storms, and our analysis now is at 185, although we do note that in one of their recon flights at peak, they actually recorded a pressure slightly lower than 899, the official line. We have 897 as the storm's peak. Allen was a very picturesque storm, or rather I should say photogenic, certainly in the Western Caribbean as it was entering the Yucatan Channel, when we really got those perfect shots of the storm's eye and its outer areas. Allen, a ferocious storm that certainly won't be forgotten very quickly, even though it has been quite a while now. We're still harping on about it. Number 30 in my top 100. Maroto, Japan. September 1934. A tropical cyclone formed in the deep tropics of the western Pacific, becoming a tropical storm and gradually intensifying as it got towards the northwest. Starting to get closer to the Japanese islands, this storm probably continued to intensify, although we're not fully sure. It may have been stronger before it reached the Japanese islands, although it peaked as a high-end Category 4 with a minimum pressure of 911 millibars, and that was at landfall. The storm made landfall in eastern Shikoku, near the town of Maroto, on the southeastern tip of the island. And the storm was devastating for the entire region, first for Shikoku, and then eventually on towards Osaka, which was hit very hard by the storm. A record storm surge for the city occurred, and power was lost in the whole region.
With more than 2,000 dead and 31 million pounds damage, it is one of the greatest disasters of the generation.
The storm was extremely deadly as well, with 3,036 fatalities caused by the extremely strong winds, which were gusting up to 145 miles per hour by the time the storm got to landfall, and of course that aforementioned storm surge. It also caused $300 million in damages, most likely, but in terms of actual buildings damage, 441,000 and 34,000 buildings destroyed. This storm was also very harmful in terms of the fact that it injured nearly 15,000. It also caused a lot of rainfall, 684 millimeters, and storm surge was posted at 14 feet. That's the Maroto Typhoon from 1934, September 13th to the 22nd, number 29 on my top 100. Manila, Philippines, November 1995. A tropical disturbance formed in the far eastern part of the western Pacific and ventured towards the west, passing just north of Pohnpei in Micronesia and continuing west-northwestwards towards the southern Mariana Islands, passing south of there as it became a tropical depression and quickly into Tropical Storm Angela. The intensification ramped up from this point as we got into the late days of October, and once it got to Category 1 status, on the 30th it really started rapidly intensifying. Off it goes, Category 2, 3, 4 and quickly to Category 5. And this storm was an extremely powerful one at peak, with a very, very high cloud tops around the very well established eye before making a strong, very powerful landfall as a Category 5 in the northern Philippines in the Bicol region, and then through Metro Manila and then out over the South China Sea, where it weakened and actually died off without hitting any other land areas just to the west of Hainan. Well, Angela was impeccable at peak, with an extraordinarily good appearance, with very high cloud tops well into the -80s and a very warm eye. Of course, with recon suspended from 1987 onwards from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, it was up to satellites to estimate just how strong this storm was. And our methods and analysis comes up with 200 miles per hour no less, and a pressure of 878 millibars at peak. On land, the storm was very destructive for the Philippines, with massive areas of flooding and of course the extremely strong winds causing major damage.
Smashing into ships and boiling seas, the 160-mile-an-hour winds uprooted large trees and sent rain sheeting down onto deserted city streets. The worst storm in a decade, Angela's been called a super typhoon. For the cowering people, it was easy to see why. Family cars were flung about like toys, tossed into the air and hurled against buildings. The howling winds tore at empty freeways, crushing huge light poles and pylons.
Typhoon Angela has passed, but Filipinos will be dealing with its consequences for a long time to come. At least 250 people lost their lives, many drowned in floods unleashed by torrential rain. Another 76 people are missing. Tens of thousands more have been forced from their ruined homes. Homes were affected by 150-mile-an-hour winds and inundated by floodwaters. Angela has left thousands of roofless houses. Repairs are already underway, but shelter is not the only problem. Rice stocks are low and there could be food shortages. Power is still out in large parts of the stricken region. Lines brought down by the wind and uprooted trees. Authorities can't say when electricity will be restored. As the Philippines struggle to recover, Angela heads their way.
1,252 were killed by the storm, an extremely deadly one for the northern Philippines, with damages totaling $315 million. But it's the amount of buildings that were damaged and destroyed that are really the standout figures. 530,000 damaged and 226,000 destroyed, an immense amount of actual destruction in real numbers and real amounts of people that are affected, into the millions. Typhoon Angela, one of the strongest storms of the entire decade worldwide, an extremely powerful one, rocked the Philippines in November 1995, and that's number 28 on my top 100. Chittagong, Bangladesh, April 1991. A tropical disturbance was in play in the southern part of the Bay of Bengal, low latitude, not far from the Andaman Islands to the west, stalled for a little while and then off it went on its way on April 24th, developing into a tropical storm and then gradually intensifying as it steered northwestwards at first, then curved north and northeastwards, becoming a substantial cyclone, reaching Category 5 status eventually as it reached its closest approach to the coast of Bangladesh, making landfall there as a high-end Category 4. Well, I think we all know the Bangladesh cyclone, but what made it so deadly was that the storm struck at high tide, delivering an approximately 18-foot storm surge, a really devastating storm for the whole coastline and some of the outlying islands off the coast. Indeed, on some of those islands, the entire populations were destroyed, with no one surviving. On some other islands, there were still heavy tolls with up to 90% of buildings destroyed. Along the coast in Chittagong, now named Chattogram, there were 25,000 killed, and in a town to the south, Banchikali, around 40,000 were killed. Incredible damages from this storm, which damaged 1 million homes and destroyed another million, and also caused $1.7 billion in damages. The death toll was staggering, estimated to be 138,000. Additionally, 2 million evacuated before the storm arrived, though it was not enough to prevent the enormous amount of tragedy that occurred from this storm. One of the most well publicised ones, particularly in more recent years, due to its very high death toll, only reached in terms of numbers by Cyclone Nargis in 2008 out of more recent years than this storm. The storm peaked with winds of 160 miles per hour and an estimated pressure of 918 millibars, and made landfall with winds near that, around 155. That's the Bangladesh cyclone from April 1991, at number 27 on my top 100. Ujilang Atoll, Marshall Islands, November 1992. A tropical disturbance crossed the international date line and entered the western Pacific Ocean, becoming a tropical storm and then strengthening as it reached the Marshall Islands, becoming Typhoon Gay on November 17th, moving westwards and strengthening further and becoming an extremely powerful Category 5 storm in the eastern part of the basin. Well, Gay was an extremely powerful storm before it started weakening and then made haste towards Guam, where it struck as a Category 2 and then continued through into the Philippine Sea, moving northwestwards and reaching a secondary peak as a Category 4 on November 25th. It then did a bit of stalling around that general area and then moved northwards, and then it got carried away by the frontal systems up there and entered the subtropical zones and died off and weakened very quickly. And by December it turned into an extratropical cyclone and got some strength back as it finished that transition. Well, the main reason Typhoon Gay is up here is because it was an absolutely extraordinary storm in terms of its intensity. Who knows whether it might be the strongest storm in the world. There was no recon into this storm, but estimates place it at 205 miles per hour and a pressure of 875 millibars, which puts it in the top 1% in both categories there. On the ground, impacts were moderate in some locations in the Marshall Islands. There was one fatality and 2,500 buildings were damaged. In addition, 4,300 evacuated, and it caused 322 millimeters of rainfall. Thank goodness that Gay never reached a serious landmass, a significant population area. Indeed, it never made an actual landfall near its peak intensity, but if it had, it would have been absolutely colossal. The closest landmass to the storm at peak intensity was the one that we mentioned at the beginning of this feature, and that is why we put it there, of course, with the storm reaching Category 5 status just north of that atoll. One of the most strongest storms, particularly in the satellite era in the Western Pacific Basin in history, number 26 on my top 100. Johnson Bayou, Louisiana, September 2005.
Hurricane Rita was the most intense tropical cyclone ever recorded in the Gulf of Mexico, and at the time was one of the most intense Atlantic hurricanes ever recorded. But to get there, it had to first form as a tropical depression on September the 18th, just north of Hispaniola as Tropical Depression 18L, and then that afternoon it would be upgraded to Tropical Storm Rita as it moved directly off towards the west. Intensifying, pushing more towards the west. Around midday on September the 20th, so right in was a tropical storm for around 2 days. While the hurricane was positioned relatively south of Miami, midday on September the 20th, it was upgraded to hurricane status, and it would try to undergo a phase of rapid intensification as it moved through the strait between Florida and Cuba. I don't remember the name of it. but becoming a Category 2 hurricane only 6 hours after becoming a Category 1, and would stall a little bit during that intensification phase. I imagine due to some land interaction and also due to some restructuring. Our replacement cycle might have been taking place during that period. But Rita would then intensify, will continue its intensification trend as it moves into the Gulf of Mexico. And midday on the 21st, from the morning to the afternoon, would jump from Category 2 status all the way up to Category 5 status. The second one in the season in the Gulf of Mexico. And early on the 22nd, would reach its ultimate peak intensity, probably with winds of around 185 miles per hour, depends on who you ask, and a record low pressure in the Gulf of Mexico, officially at 895 millibars. That is, as I said earlier, the fourth lowest value ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. But of course, Rita did not maintain its intensity for long at all, due to a night replacement cycle that would on-go and would weaken the storm to Category 4 status around 24 hours after reaching peak intensity. At this time, the NHC forecast was quite dire. I remember looking at this, and it appeared that a direct hit on the Texas coast, maybe somewhere between Houston and Corpus Christi, was inevitable. But as we all know, forecasts can change even within 48 hours of landfall, and the track forecast began to shift eastward. Just before 24 hours where we were to actually make landfall, it became pretty clear that the hurricane would end up making landfall in southeastern Texas and southwestern Louisiana. And that is when it ended up happening. Luckily, at a much weaker intensity than originally forecasted. That was forecast to be originally 145 to 150 miles per hour, which would have been a very powerful hurricane at landfall. But ultimately, this storm will weaken and make landfall with winds of around 115 miles per hour. That's a low-end Category 3 hurricane, and an official barometric pressure of 957 millibars. After moving inland and rapidly weakening, the damage had already been done. $12.5 billion in damages had been caused by the storm, and 120 fatalities had resulted. It is also worth noting that before this hurricane ever got towards the Gulf Coast, it made a major problem evacuation, mainly due to the presence earlier in the season of Hurricane Katrina, and many residents in Texas and Louisiana feared the worst.
Overall, it was 4.2 million that evacuated from Rita, and that's little surprise given the damage that occurred along the coastal areas, especially in the context of that season, as mentioned. Well, the amount of buildings damaged totaled at least 10,000, with at least 2,000 destroyed. A lot of the fatalities, however, though, were caused by the evacuation. I think it was responsible for at least 90 of those fatalities, or 75% of what occurred from Rita, which made the storm much worse than it actually was. People who got stuck in evacuation traffic. But that is the legacy of Rita, along with these images, an extremely powerful storm and a sub 900 millibar one to boot. Number 25 on my top 100. Virac, Philippines, November 2020.
In the Western Pacific, in late October, you had Typhoon Malave move to the Philippines, and then you had two areas of interest out in the eastern part of the basin. You also had a tropical storm Atsani develop off towards the east. That was really hinting on that becoming a very big storm, but it would ultimately be the area of interest in the middle. That would become Typhoon Goni. Really going from a tropical disturbance to a very powerful Category 5 super typhoon in a matter of just 2 to 3 days, and would make a very strong peak intensity officially of 195 miles per hour as it made landfall in the Philippines. A really catastrophic storm there. I think that's the strongest landfall ever recorded, actually, beating out Typhoon Haiyan in 2013 in the same country, actually. Both hit the Philippines, both in early November. Both were very catastrophic storms. My personal take on Goni as it stands right now is I remember back tracking this disturbance that ended up becoming Goni. The models were really hinting at the area of interest to the east of it, which became Atsani. Models were really hinting on that being the big storm, not Goni. And when Goni started that rapid intensification phase, when I was making those forecast cones and those video updates, which got thousands upon thousands of views, the likes of which I've never even seen before or since. When we have a rapidly intensifying storm heading towards land, and it looks almost inevitable to become a Category 5, you just gotta hope for the best. And I mean, this is probably one of the most challenging storms I've ever forecasted. Also because of the track and the intensity, because Goni was very prone to quick changes in intensity. I mean, it rapidly intensified up to its first peak, very powerful, underwent an hour replacement cycle, then became its ultimate peak intensity as it made landfall in the Philippines, and then it completely collapsed as it moved to the Philippines. Those things, all three of those things are very hard to forecast.
Clearly a tremendous intensity exhibited on both of the storm's peaks. The first one, a very small pinhole eye, really fascinating to watch, and the second one much more intense, or much more picturesque, I guess. We estimate the storm's peak to have winds of 195 miles per hour and a pressure of 887 millibars, with the storm making landfall just slightly weaker than that. On the ground, there were 33 fatalities at least, $399 million in damages. The amount of buildings damaged, 134,000, destroyed 37,000. 1.4 million evacuated from this storm, and it's interesting to note that the damages from this storm are quite a bit lower than one might have expected considering the strength of this storm. That's really owing to its very small size when it impacted land. It was only a very small area that got the very worst impacts from Typhoon Goni, whereas bigger typhoons cause much more widespread impacts but not quite as heavy near the center. Goni, though, when you put all of it together, it really is a really outstanding storm, and that's why it's number 24 on my top 100. Cozumel, Mexico, September 1988. A tropical disturbance was developing in the central Atlantic, very disorganized at first, but it got itself into the swing of things as it reached the Lesser Antilles and became Tropical Storm Gilbert, quickly accelerating into a hurricane and rapidly intensifying twice before and after Jamaica, eventually reaching Category 5 intensity and slamming into the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico at that intensity. It continued over the Gulf of Mexico and struck Mexico again in the northern part as a Category 3 probably as it made landfall. It then swept up the United States as a remnant and became extratropical as it swept through the Great Lakes and into Canada. Gilbert will always be known as an absolute fearsome stunner of a storm at the time and still now. Back in 1988, when it posted a pressure of 888 millibars, that was the record holder for the Atlantic Basin until Wilma beat it in 2005. It is still second and may have been lower than the 888 millibars. Some estimates from recon suggest that it may have been 885 or even lower, and an estimated wind speed of at least 185 miles per hour, and that may have also been slightly higher. The storm's impacts were enormous. First of all, in the Lesser Antilles and the Leeward Islands, damages weren't so bad in those locations, mainly crop failures and power outages. But in Hispaniola, particularly on the southern side, it was flooding and a storm surge that caused major problems in Haiti, causing a few dozen fatalities. However, it was the costliest storm ever in Jamaica's history, where massive damages occurred and exceptional wind damage from what was a Category 3/4 storm when it moved through there. But of course, the worst damages occurred in Mexico in two areas. Of course, it impacted the Cancun area as a Category 5, causing enormous amounts of damage, 60,000 buildings flattened, and then continued into the northern part of Mexico for its final landfall, where Monterrey was dealing with extreme flash flooding, which caused possibly hundreds of fatalities there.
The most powerful storm on record tore across the Caribbean. A high wind in Jamaica indeed. A quarter of the island's population was left homeless. Gilbert then ripped into Mexico, killing hundreds as rivers burst their banks and roads subsided. By the time the hurricane blew itself out, 12 countries had suffered.
So Gilbert was a dire storm for so many countries involved, with a total of 433 fatalities. Its damage total probably amounted to around 7.1 billion. 103,000 buildings were damaged and 60,000 destroyed. It also delivered maximum rainfall totals of 823 millimeters. So Gilbert, number 23 on my top 100, I think well placed for it. A dreadful storm that will certainly be well remembered for numerous reasons. Cameron, Louisiana, August 2020.
Hurricane Laura became the first major hurricane of the record-breaking 2020 Atlantic hurricane season, but to get towards its peak intensity, it had to first form on August 20th, relatively to the east of the Leeward Islands as Tropical Depression 13, I think is what it was called, and would ended up becoming Tropical Storm Laura around a day or two after becoming Tropical Depression as it neared the Leeward Islands. After passing over the Caribbean islands, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, and Cuba, while slowly intensifying and weakening at times due to land interaction, Laura would ultimately go into the Gulf of Mexico, and a very dire situation was looking inevitable for the Louisiana and Texas coastlines. Laura would end up becoming a hurricane really right as soon as it came off of Cuba, and would undergo a strengthening trend over the next 12 to 24 hours as it moved into the central part of the Gulf of Mexico. But once Laura got its core going and it was in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, it found itself in extremely favorable conditions and began to rapidly intensify as it approached the western Gulf Coast, and its eyes was set on southwestern Louisiana. Overnight into August 26th, Laura would reach its peak intensity going into the 27th, with winds of 150 miles per hour and 957 millibars, and would ultimately make landfall at a very similar intensity, albeit with a slightly higher pressure, I think, as it made landfall in southwestern Louisiana, right where Hurricane Rita did in 2005, but at a much higher intensity, of course, 150 miles per hour, and would end up causing $19.1 billion in damages and 47 fatalities as Laura made its wrath known on southwestern Louisiana. As Laura moved inland, its catastrophic flooding extended well inland as well. Many areas over the Ohio Valley and the Midwest, and even parts of the eastern U.S. reported very heavy rainfall and flash flooding in association to Laura, and many areas struggled to recover during this hurricane season, as just a few weeks later, Hurricane Delta would make its presence known in the same area that Laura did. So southwestern Louisiana getting a beating in 2020. The personally thing that I remember the most about Laura is models were pretty set on the storm before Laura, which was Marco being a big situation for Louisiana. But as time went on, things began to shift more towards Laura being the bigger picture, and we were pretty certain that a major hurricane was going to form in the Gulf of Mexico, but we were questioning a bit where landfall was going to occur. But once it began to look like that southwestern Louisiana was going to be the target zone, we knew that this was going to be a very historic storm.
All things considered, Laura killed 85 in total, caused 400,000 building damages, and destroyed 6,000. Additionally, nearly 500,000 evacuated the storm, and the highest rainfall total was estimated at around 300 millimeters. Number 22 on my top 100. Galveston, Texas, September 2008. A tropical wave exited the coast of Africa around August 29th and cruised through the Cape Verde Islands before moving out over the open Atlantic, eventually becoming a tropical depression and quickly Tropical Storm Ike. The storm then moved in a generally northwesterly direction, intensifying rapidly on September the 3rd to reach its first and highest peak as a moderate Category 4. It then turned and was steered towards the west, then west-southwest, moving through the southern part of the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos Islands, glancing by northern Haiti, and then pushing through Cuba as a very strong hurricane. Weakening to a Category 1, remaining a hurricane throughout its passage, it then entered the Gulf of Mexico, gained a little bit more strength, and then sauntered towards the coast of Texas, where it made landfall still as a strong Category 2. It then swept inland and curved out towards the northeast, turning post-tropical as it reached the Great Lakes region. Well, Hurricane Ike, I'm sure many people still remember it freshly in their minds despite more recent storms. A fascinating storm to track with its somewhat unexpected movement towards the southwest eventually through the Caribbean Sea. Of course, in some of those locations that the storm affected, there were major damages on the southernmost islands of the Bahamas. The Turks and Caicos Islands got around 90% buildings damaged, and in northern Haiti there are serious flooding problems which had exacerbated issues caused by two storms previously, most notably Hannah. Ike then moved through Cuba, of course, where a quarter of their population were evacuated before the storm arrived. Nonetheless, strong winds and a heavy storm surge and flooding caused real misery across the whole country, with $7 billion in damages in Cuba, which was the costliest storm in history at the time. Of course, then it veered towards the United States and its landfall in Texas, which was another very strong one and was accompanied by a storm surge which was quite a bit higher than its category would suggest in terms of winds. Nonetheless, as a Category 2 making landfall, Galveston was hit extremely hard. Houston was hit and battered by the storm's eye wall, and buildings in downtown were significantly damaged with lots of windows knocked out. In total, Ike will be known for being one of the costliest storms to strike the United States at the time, with $37.5 billion in damages, $30 billion of that being in the United States. It also caused 195 fatalities. Across its track, it damaged 350,000 buildings and destroyed 143,000. And in total, it was 3.6 million who evacuated this storm. And despite Ike not striking at its peak intensity, it still caused serious issues, and somewhat thankful that it didn't get stronger as it could have done. That's Hurricane Ike from 2008, now at number 21 on my top 100. So there we go. That was the next part of the top 100, number 40 to 21, and finishing that 21 there was Ike. Well, now we're back in the studio. My name is Nathan Foy here once again, down here at your bottom left-hand side. Above me is Christian, which is somewhat frightening, and we've also got on board with us Seven, Army, and Jose. Welcome to tonight's show.
Hello.
Yeah, there they are. They're so excited. The big question now is, where's Ethan? Because our next section is to talk about
Gone, reduced to dust.
More monthly summaries, and he's usually the go-to guy for it. So, where did he disappear to? Meanwhile,
I mean, he wasn't here the first day.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'd just like to laugh at what happened earlier in the top 100 there that was shown. I'd forgotten completely that one of the... I mean, I didn't even program this bot to begin with, but there's a bot in our chat to keep things nice and safe and whatnot. And for some reason... Well, I mean... Yeah, I mean, people obviously use it as a slur quite often. It bans the word gay. And so when Typhoon Gay appeared, everyone got timed out because they call it out at the same time. I just found that quite amusing. But I'm not responsible for the bot. I didn't program it. I can change it, but you'll have to remind me at the end of the stream. I'm not doing it right now. And then there's Christian rubbing salt into the wounds there, Christian, because you are a chat mod and you are exempted from... Yes, okay. Anyway,
I spelled it wrong, but on purpose.
Oh, you did? My eyes need testing. Wow. Okay, well, there we go. So, this section is where we talk about the lovely storms of June and July 2022.
Someone else just got timed out.
And we have a whole hour to talk about it tonight. Not that we'll need a whole hour for it, but we're going to be extending into the hour by talking about more general questions all around Cyclone analysis. So I guess, I mean, the viewers can really take part in this as well during this hour. You can join in and ask questions about any storm you like and our thoughts personally.
Speaking of
on-
joining in, hello, Isaac.
Yeah, on storm analysis. Isaac.
Oh dear.
Christian, that's why you never mention when people join, because they'll get scared and they'll leave. You see?
Because of you, you jerk.
Whoa.
Shots
Hey.
fired already. We're only 6 minutes into the live segment. But I imagine there's going to be quite a few little disagreements with analysis tonight. Particularly, people were scratching their heads earlier about Ian in the top 100 being displayed as a category 4 when an earlier animation displayed it as a category 5. Now, the animations that you see in my top 100 are my own numbers. So I think there's not a cat in hell's chance that Ian was a category 5. But apparently some people on our team do, and we'll chat about that later. But we do have
We need
Isaac
Ethan
back
for
with
that.
us. Hello?
Hi, hello. Sorry, I thought my volume was working, but it wasn't, and then so I wasn't hearing anybody. I just saw Christian vibe in there, and I was like, "What the heck?" And I tried it
Yeah.
again, and it's working.
Yeah, straight off the bat, Isaac, do you think Ian has a cat in hell's chance of being a cat 5?
Yes.
Oh. Go on then. What's your reasoning?
Well, first off, is that reconnaissance didn't get to sample that strongest side when it was peeking out because it was deemed too dangerous to go and fly through it. In fact, the first plane that went through that northwestern side got bumped down 1,000 feet near instantly because of just the massive turbulence that Hurricane Ian had at the time. So it was deemed unsafe. However, they did send a drone, a unmanned drone, the first of its kind, into the hurricane, and there's some reading flying around of there being like an instantaneous gust of over 200 miles an hour, but nothing in terms of sustained winds in that regard. And I would imagine that they would probably release a report in detail about that probably in the next coming months, or maybe during whenever they release the TCR later next year.
Well, I'm not convinced. We've also got Marlene there, who did a brief appearance. I just wanted to acknowledge that. Hello. And some other people
Hello.
noticed you as well. Snowy there, was it?
Minus 28.
Minus 28.
Minus
How
what?
do people live like that?
Yeah, minus 28. With no wind, it's gorgeous.
It's cold.
In what planet is that gorgeous? I don't. What's Isaac up to? Isaac? Oh, we're looking at. Which storm's this?
Rosalind.
Oh, why are we looking at Roslyn particularly?
So I was looking at it earlier, and
Oh.
I'm trying to look at stuff for earlier this year, so I know we're going to do the summary soon whenever
We are,
or if
yes.
Ethan decides to come over.
Well, I mean, I just want to, see if Ethan arrives, but I think he was dragged away. He was really excited about being on the stream tonight. and then we also saw, even during, well, we had Hurricane Rita in that last 20 that we did, and Ethan was really happy about that, and he just kept going and going and going, like, one of those pull toys where they just start going, and you just can't stop them, on a string. Ethan was like that with his Rita. And then, even when he was talking about Laura, he had to do a little Rita comparison, didn't he?
Yeah.
So it took a same track as Rita.
Yeah, exactly. So we get that. Start your messages of Force 13 if you have any comments or questions for us, particularly this hour. If you've got anything on the reanalysis stakes, if you want to weigh in on any of that. Storm Tracker HQ says, "Why have Laura, Ida, and Ian trolled us with becoming Category 5s? Look, to me, all three of those are cut and dry, not Cat 5 cases, so I don't think that's... I mean, I suppose you could...
You need to remember this is Nathan's top 100, so he uses Nathan's
But
analysis. Not Force 13.
category 5s in the Gulf aren't really very common in the first place. Category 4s are much more common than 5s. Let's see what else we've got here. There's only.
Oh no, Isaac! What the?
Isaac is playing.
Waiting for Ethan.
Playing the no internet game.
It is like that with Ethan, isn't it? I mean, we're not going to wait for him forever, but
they get a pretty high score as you can see there yesterday.
What's that?
Yes.
What do you think is worse, the 2027 TPE hypothetical or the Black Belts one last night?
Oh, did you watch that crap?
Yeah.
Dear, oh dear.
I laughed.
It was.
I
mean, if you don't
laughing.
laugh, you'll cry. So, yeah, it was pretty bad.
I mean, obviously, it's the one last night that was worse because there was like 10 callers in there.
It was really bad. And now I'm just mesmerized by watching Isaac play his little.
That's the
It's
Google
simple, but it's
Chrome, like,
nice.
no, you've lost
Yeah.
internet in a dinosaur game. So.
Oh, I know. I've played it too. I don't know why.
As have I, way too many times.
I hope I get a pretty high
been
score on my
reduced to
PC
this?
season. Yeah. It's more entertaining than a golf game. Oh, damn it. I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, no.
I shouldn't
More,
have said
more
that.
interesting than Christian playing golf last night. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, but I got cut off because my PC
Yeah.
decided no.
But Christian wasn't that great, so it was quite funny. And Jennifer just said, I'm throwing Christian to Wyoming.
Hey?
Oh. Why Wyoming
I have
specifically?
no idea.
Why? Yeah, why Wyoming?
Is that
Why
where they?
not?
Is that where they
places.
think Marlene lives? Maybe. Marlene, remind us where you are again.
I'm in northern British Columbia.
British Columbia, Canada,
Canada.
northern. Oh God, it's going to be extremely cold there then. Minus 28. How do people live?
Clearly with great difficulty.
Clearly not. Marlene sounds very happy.
I live in a town where we have like 20,000 people.
Yeah, 20,000 crazy people. Sorry. Weathercat says, what is your favourite animals? I think that's a question to everyone, I guess.
Oh.
Tiger.
I think Isaac's might be quite clear.
Dinosaur.
I have a.
I was thinking of your cat profile picture.
Well, yeah, that too, sure.
I meant mine is quite clear as well.
Same for me.
And same for Christian, because there's usually a dog in the bed in the back, in your bed.
What can I?
I'll go.
Or it's a snake because
not
he
tonight.
always has.
Oh yeah, or the snake in my image. Yeah.
What?
I'm a lynx, by the way.
If I
He's
turn
a
the if
deer.
I turn the webcam off. Oh, okay, never mind. But normally on my Discord profile image, there's an image of me
Oh,
with a
that,
snake.
yes, that's true. You've not changed that in a good while.
Yeah.
So very interesting
It's also, on
questions there.
it's also on Facebook.
Yeah. What Vortex says, what do you have for very underestimated North Indian Ocean storms in the 20th century? Now, it is true that a lot of those storms are underestimated. I don't know where to begin, though. If you could give me some examples, might be able to get a conversation going on that.
Cyclone Andrew in 1983
I mean,
or 2.
Who?
my example probably would have been gassy.
Cyclone Andrew in 1982, December 82, is very underrated. Looked very picturesque on the satellite, and I believe it was officially rated only, I think, low-end Cat 4 when it could be made to be high-end 4, maybe low-end 5.
Where's that?
In the Southwest Indian Ocean in 82 or 83. I want to say 82 in December.
Yeah, I've not even heard of that one.
Yep, I have had some images on my archives, but I'm a bit held up at the moment from this dinosaur.
Yeah, clearly.
So, yeah.
Jackie the Parrot says Hurricane Earl was a Category 5.
Was it?
No,
2010 one you're talking about, sure?
no idea on that one. Do you think Typhoon Hinamnor had 175-mile-an-hour winds?
No.
Doubt it.
100. 165, maybe.
Oh my
Not
god, there's so
100.
many questions. Gee whiz, we're going to have to speed up here. Do we still think Igor was a Category 5, or have we downgraded it? I can't even remember what I've got for it now.
I can't either.
Let me go and have a look. We have Igor at 155, so Category 4. Do you think Fiona's 130 mile per hour is correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. Will Black Belt's animation be public? Regrettably, I think it might.
Yeah, it will.
It did say that it wasn't 100% final.
It was,
preview,
yes.
So it's got,
and
so
we've got
it might be a while.
We've got another animation coming up tonight. But I saw at the start of the discussion, in the start of the stream tonight in the chat, people were expecting or thinking that today might be the day for 2020 worldwide. It's not. It's not today either. Sorry.
Thing is, though, Nathan won't even tell us when it is, so we have no idea too.
I mean,
why
at
did
least
you say yeah? But...
I mean, you guys are lucky because we could have been mean and we could have just left you on the edge of your seat all day.
Well, I mean,
So
we're
that
nearly halfway through tonight.
Yeah.
But what we do have is the Force 13 Remix Collection. Seven, what do you know about this collection that's coming up? Are you excited?
I'm excited. I'm really interested to see what the other people have done in terms of remixing.
For someone
But I don't
who
know,
has never heard a Force 13 remix,
Sorry.
What do you think they could expect?
Lots of like
Lots
different synths and other stuff. A lot of their own melodies put into it.
Interesting.
Maybe some are like faster paced, some are slower paced.
Looks like Jose is ready too to go on with the storms from this year. And just like to point out, at the bottom of our screen there as well, we've got that rolling ticker that every so often advertises the hell was that? Every so often advertises our Force for Good stream, which we're doing on Sunday. 9-hour streamathon, and we hope you can join us and help us raise lots and lots of money for Direct Relief, who are out there in the field with the recovery process after the hurricanes that affected the US and Canada this year, most notably Ian, Fiona, and Nicole. So we will be doing loads of stuff to try and raise money for charity there on Sunday evening, and we really hope you can join us and spread the word as far and as wide as you can on that charity stream, and link that Tildify page which we are on. So that's something I need to remind everyone of every so often.
I found that storm.
Oh, which storm?
Andrei.
Oh, right.
Andrei, 83, actually.
Oh, Andrei. I do know that name.
Look at this. Watch it go from just spectacular looking cyclone right there, just north of Madagascar.
I must have reanalyzed that one actually. Let me have a look.
Let's see here. Look at that.
So 1980.
82, 83, or 83, 84, I think, actually, the season.
83, 155.
Ooh, that's close.
Very close.
But yeah.
More
underrated.
comments there. What hurricane made the most landfalls? Irma? Question mark.
Oh. I would wager like something like
Irma's
George's
up there.
1998 or something.
Trying to think which one's done. That's a difficult Super Cyclone Challenge question there.
Yeah. Write it down. Write it down.
Irma or George's? Which made more landfalls?
I want to say George's because that went through like three or four Caribbean islands.
I
Went
want to say
through.
Irma. Trying to think. 2,
Probably.
3, 4, 5.
Well, let me see.
I
Here.
think George's probably did 6, and Irma did 1,
58.
2. I can't even remember.
Holy moly, that's a
Irma
lot of
was
landfalls.
6.
2, 3,
6
4,
as well.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 6. George's is 6 as well.
So they're tied.
Wow.
Damn. I wonder if anything beats that anywhere.
I can't think of anything.
Ice T says, when is the 2022 Atlantic, I assume Atlantic, hurricane season animation coming out? Maybe in
Soon.
2 weeks-ish, something like that. Stormtrack HQ thinks that we should exile Black Belt to Madagascar for his animation last night. That's a good shout there. And do we know about the Scratch Hurricane community?
Oh God.
I'm aware of it.
Yeah. Is the 1999 Odisha storm on the top 100? Yes, we passed it. Was it yes? I think it was in part 1 actually, if I remember right. And let's see, what else have we got here? Do we think that we could have a December Atlantic, Central Pacific, tropical or subtropical storm, guys?
No.
Very, very low chance, but not impossible.
Let's
So I'll
hope.
say.
Let's hope it doesn't happen. What else? How many? Of course.
How many storms do you think will
this.
happen in 2023 Atlantic,
Yep.
and who will be the strongest storms?
That's what I was going to read out next. I mean, of course we're going to get a question like that, and it sounds like La Nina is ending. So, Dead Atlantic next year, fingers crossed.
Thank God.
I would like that very much.
Same here.
So,
I don't want to go through another hurricane because Nicole was my first hurricane I ever went through. Well, not in the eye, but I was somewhere in the eye wall. The weak part, I think, northwestern eye wall. I think.
Interesting. Yeah. That's the voice of Jose, by the way. I thought you were 7 for a moment. I was going to say, wait a minute, you didn't see Ian. But yeah, Jose, how are you enjoying Hurricane Week so far?
It's all right. I like it.
It's all right.
Oh. I haven't gone on the first day or second day. I'm not sure which one.
Okay. And some people think that tonight's remix collection is going to be 10 different versions of Rapid Intensification. I know there's a lot out there. There are 2 tracks that have 2 versions in the same mix, but hopefully they're different enough and spread out enough for you to appreciate them.
Dang, you're just gonna spoil the collection like that, Nathan?
What did I say? I didn't say anything.
Muffins.
What? There's two versions of the Here and Now on tonight? What?
Tune 58 fans are gonna be like, oh my god.
Well, I didn't say I'd chosen that one. Even you don't know.
Oh, I thought you said like...
No, you're trying to say it for me. And you don't even know if it's true.
Oh, you said there were like 2 versions of that.
There's 2 versions of 2
bad.
different songs that are being shown tonight.
Oh, that's cool. I thought you said something else.
All right. What is that question? I don't know. Do we still think Alan is 175 miles an hour? Well, it's actually 185. Should Sally have been retired, Isaac?
Why specifically me?
I just wanted to give it to you.
Okay, well, yeah, certainly, yeah. It caused over billions in damages, and it somehow, I think it's actually the most costly storm in Atlantic history that has yet to be retired or didn't get retired. Period. Very interesting.
Yep. And why isn't the charity stream on Saturday this time? I think it was only on Saturday in 2020, and last year it was Sunday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Sunday, because it was day 7 of Force 13 week.
Yeah, so it's going to be Sunday moving forward, I think. What's Isaac doing?
I'm looking at imagery of Cyclone Andrew in 1983.
Wow,
look at that.
Look where it is.
Just a massive thing.
That's an interesting location for it.
I know. Similar to further south than Fantala.
How does that work?
What?
There's
How
a
does
zoom
that
of
work?
it.
Weather.us. I tried it and it never worked.
US, you mean?
Weather us.
Yeah, weather us.
All right.
No, it's pretty. It's pretty. You just go to satellite images. We just pick a section or whatever, and then you go to the year thing down here, and it'll go down to like 1981, I think, for the area that Mateo set covered. But yeah.
Vortex says, and Seven might be able to help out with this one. Hypothetically, if you had to make a rhythm game level with one of your songs, which would you choose?
Ooh.
There was. Wait, hold on.
I mean, I don't know.
What sounds like a video game song?
A lot of them. I mean, Rapid Intensification always did. But that seems like such an obvious choice. But it's such an obvious choice. And Kieran says, is Jose category 4 or 5? It was definitely a 4, but apparently some of the team think it was a 5 as well, which is just nonsensical.
I thought you were talking to me for a second. I'd be like, huh? But then I just remembered the name.
Sorry.
Just remember.
That's
all right.
And is Katarina in the top 100 in caps lock? I'm going to say this quietly. No, it's not. It's not in the top 100. Yeah, sorry about that. What is your...
time.
Sorry?
Pitchfork time.
Work time?
Pitchfork.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
What is your least favourite category 5, and can we see Gaston the Cat sometime soon? That's a great question. It'd be great to see Gaston the Cat sometime soon. I'm not sure we will. Marcel and Gaston still exist, and they're still around, but they don't do many public appearances anymore. And that other question, what is our least favourite category 5? Probably one that shouldn't be a category 5, and if you want official ones, then
yeah,
Lorenzo.
Lorenzo?
Yeah.
Oh, 2019?
I mean, obviously wasn't a category 5 by any stretch.
So wait. So Dorian was the only category 5 then, was it, or?
Absolutely.
I hate Dorian. I don't want to remember that name.
Well, yeah, I don't really like Dorian either. But least favourite genuine category 5, no.
There's a lot of ones. One that I could think of in particular for me would be Main Cut. That one was just because that was active at the same time that Florence was making landfall on the Carolina coastline. And so we had to deal with the Cat 5 landfall in the Philippines, plus a Category 2, I think Category 2 now, landfall from Florence in the Atlantic side of things at the same time, and that was just a massive mind bender.
One of my least favourites is probably Michael. Oh, who's that?
It's me.
That's Jose?
No one ever.
I didn't know you were a dog all this time.
Oh dear.
The ears went up at that, Isaac.
I don't like Michael either.
Michael? No.
Yeah, not
It barely did anything.
Stormtracker HQ says, where can I send my music and remixes to?
He did a Faraway Shores and In Sequence remix.
Oh, you know them?
Yeah. I follow up on these things.
Chat to Seven then, and we'll see what we can do.
Dang, I'm the new sound director. Yes,
yeah, it could be. Let's see what else would. Someone could hear Christian chewing, apparently.
Well, I'm not. So.
Nom nom nom.
Nom.
Vortex says, what storms barely missed the top 100? Well, actually, the selection process for the top 100 started with my shortlist. I did a shortlist of 194 storms, and I had to narrow it down to 100. Unfortunately, I didn't keep records of what the original 194 were, so I can't really help. But, I mean, once we get through the rest of the 20, and we know what the whole 100 is, you'll see some surprising ones that didn't get in the top 100, and I guess that would be your answer for which ones just missed out. What cat was Linda of last year? Question mark.
At 4, I think. Low end.
And we also have Ethan on board. He's arrived.
Hey,
and
finally.
a question that came in, and we covered this earlier, but oh,
Wow, good job,
This is why, Nathan. This is why you don't mention names.
You had enough of us.
It's different when it's me. I'm the host. Hello, Ethan.
There he is.
Nathan. Hi, Ethan. Hello, Ethan. Goodbye,
Christian.
Ethan. Hello. What?
Hello, Rita.
Hello, goodbye.
Hello, Rita.
Nathan,
Deliberately.
Christian.
Is he having like sound issues or something?
I reckon it's deliberate tampering.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
Oh dear. Well, we'll
He's
keep
probably
going
having
then.
sound issues.
Sammy Emily says, I think that Hone will form in 3333 the year and make landfall on the smallest island of Hawaii.
If
With
Hawaii
100
exists
with
by then.
189 mile an hour winds
Hello?
on September the 10th, 3333, and die out 3 days later. Hi, Ethan. A question
Hi.
for you. It was discussed with our team earlier, but we've not had your opportunity to respond yet, so we'll throw it back at you. ATID says Ian has to be classed as a Category 5 in the postseason analysis. Do you agree?
I do.
What? You
2 to
too?
1.
I think that it was a Cat 5 briefly, yes.
I think you're insane.
Thank you.
I mean, at the same time, who isn't?
It's a good
What?
point. Most people are. Let's do a poll. Let's do a view. I mean, to be honest, I reckon our viewers are biased towards wanting storms to be stronger. But we'll see what happens. Let's do a poll. Ian, Category 4 or Category 5? Okay, here we go. How strong was... Yes?
I was gonna say another thing to think about was, well, you can continue writing a poll, but another thing to think about is what?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that with the storms like Ian, and one of our contributors, Ryan, was talking to it, which he went through the eyewall of the thing, says that especially in places like Florida, if it's a Category 5, they are more willing to pay the full insurance for the damage caused from the hurricane, if I remember correctly, as opposed to if it was a Category 4 or lower for some odd reason. So
And this
some
is
people
where we struggle to keep it purely scientific, because then it sort of gets a bit political.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the sad thing too, is that it's not just because it's not. Okay. Mitchell disagrees fully what we're saying here. Just because it's not a Category 5 obviously doesn't mean it can't be catastrophic, but in terms of I guess the insurance route, it seems to be so.
I can understand that, I suppose. Andrew says, how strong do you think Olive in 1971 was? Does anyone know it? No.
It was a storm, that's all I know.
Olive 1971. Let me have a little look here. I have it. I see why you've said that. My database here, 115.935, which is an interesting pressure relationship, although I won't have reanalyzed that one because it wasn't a Cat 4 or 5. I haven't got around to reanalyzing the weaker ones yet. so I wonder if there's any images of it. Let me have a little look here. Certainly a wacky wind pressure relationships. That's already a red flag there for Olive. Just looking to see if there's any images. I think I've only got a damage image. Yeah, I've only got an image of flooding caused by Olive. So we'll have to do that one another time. Now what's Isaac doing?
What do you mean?
What were you playing?
Oh, he's about to send one to the UK. Christian, good luck.
Another comment there before we finally do the monthly summaries. What is your least favorite video game?
Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Hotsinsimulator.exe.
Call of Duty.
Wow. Wow, Christian.
What? I don't like first-person shooter games, right?
I'll say Fortnite.
You have to like GTA though.
It's been 3 minutes since I started the poll, and Category 5 has just overtaken Category 4 there, 51 to 49. That's quite concerning. Although it is actually closer than I thought. Alright, Ethan, are you ready to run along with the June and July? That's what it is today, isn't it? There it is.
June, July.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Well, I mean, it's all started really with Alex, which was crappy.
All right, let me just get Alex ready to show.
I have it here.
Do. Have you?
Mhm.
Oh.
Just
I don't need to do any work at my end then.
Yeah, this is why I have RAM. It's so useful. It's just, oh my goodness, I love it.
Look at that.
So there it is.
Very messy.
And I believe before Bonnie happened, this was the longest lasting PTC storm too.
Wow.
Since they started doing that in 2017. Little fun fact there, I guess.
Just going to turn my video off for a bit there so that you can see the whole picture. Christian, are you playing games now as well?
No. Maybe.
No.
Christian.
What?
So, Alex peaked as a...
almost a hurricane.
Was it extratropical by then, though?
No.
Oh. So it did
Recon went in and found support for 70 miles per hour, and it was just beginning its transition at that point.
Interesting.
That dog is going on a licking spree.
What? Oh. I was getting worried for a minute. There's some more images of... That looks like Colin at the beginning there.
Yeah.
Almost spitting image of a Colin. And then it goes a different way, of course. Spewing out those low-level clouds. It never really fully got that tropical look.
No, it just kind of just sloppy and broad.
Hello, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Mitchell, what do you think about Alex?
Exactly.
I know.
Alright, he's gone.
He just left.
We need to do a blooper reel just for Mitchell.
I'd just like to mention one thing, actually. A bit of breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Go on.
Bit of breaking news. The National Hurricane Center have just updated Colin's TCR.
Oh, good. What to?
They already made it, but
Non-tropical?
they've updated it, the TCR, and they've changed the casualty statistics. Considering I never saw the original, I don't know what they've changed it from and to. So,
What have they changed it to?
I don't know. We'll get to it. It's in this section, so we'll get to that. All right, that was Alex. What's our next storm?
Glass.
Glass?
Eastern Pacific.
Is that the
Yeah.
pretty one?
No.
No, I think it was just
Which
mostly
one was the pretty
overshooting
one?
tops with it.
I
I'm
think
just
I
reading
have
16.
Which
I
one's
think I
your
have a loop.
favorite?
A later one, but I had a loop of Blast and what would become Celia. They sort of were happening at the same time. I had a loop of both of those.
Yeah.
But I don't know where it's gone.
I'll be back here in just a minute. You guys can keep going on about Blaz there.
Well, there's Blaz on the screen from developing, trying to get a tie going, but never really gets it there, and then just gets shredded by wind shear and dry air there. And it tries to come back, but just fails and just gradually it just weakens till it dies there. And go to visible satellite imagery. That's not Blast, that's still Alex there. If we go back here, you'll see how it progressed. Visible satellite imagery. That's not Blast. That's still Alex there. What do you think about any thoughts about Blast, Ethan?
It tried to become a major
There's a
hurricane
lot
and
of
it
blast
didn't.
honey.
I see what you did there, Christian.
Oh dear. Thank God
It's
Nathan's not here.
worth noting. I think it was was it this storm, or I think it might have been Frank, where they had it operationally at 90 miles per hour and they downgraded it to 85. I think
Really?
It was either this storm or it was either Blast or Frank.
And also something a little to note there. Look at the island there of huh?
It was Blast. So yeah, Blast operationally was 90 miles per hour, 976 millibars, and the peak intensity was reduced to 85 miles per hour, 978 millibars. That's actually the intensity estimate. I'll give you this one right here. That's actually the intensity estimate that we've gone with of our reanalysis for this hurricane season, actually.
Wow.
Interesting.
And one other interesting.
Yeah.
Another interesting thing I would like to point out is look at this island here. Completely
Yeah, I
the
saw
name
that.
of it completely. Yeah, the name of it completely goes off of my mind here. But look at how the winds get affected. Yeah, the winds get affected by it, and look at how the ripples it produces from the winds of the storm. I think that's pretty neat. We're able to see that with the power of Go
Yeah.
17 in East Pacific.
That's quite
But yeah, that's
amazing.
Blast.
A blast from the past.
Really? Okay, so I'm not the only one making. I'm really not the only one making. Sure. So I'm not the only one making jokes then. Good to know.
The next
This is
storm,
when it
Ethan?
looked best.
Oh.
The next one we had Chaba and Air. They both happened simultaneously in the Western Pacific. Chaba was a typhoon that made landfall in southern China, and Air made landfall or passed through the southern Japanese islands and didn't really do anything.
People are now starting to argue about who makes worse jokes, Christian.
And you know what? If people say it, I'll happily take the crown for the worst jokes.
Oh, let me note
ever.
that down for the Force 13 Awards on Friday. Is it Friday? Is it Friday or Saturday? Whenever it is.
Wait, I wasn't even aware that was a thing.
Yeah, we're doing the Force 13 Awards this week. We are doing it on Saturday.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Saturday. So we'll probably literally, I think we'll do an internal vote with our contributor hubs, 100 people there, and do the awards. I'll have to figure out the categories. Or maybe we could we'll do a public vote. That's more exciting, isn't it?
Why can't we do both?
No, we'll do a public vote. We'll set up
You did last year.
Sorry?
Did you like what you did last year?
Is that what I can't remember what we did last year.
Yeah, you had people insert names.
Oh, and put the names that got selected in. Yeah, no, we're going to come up with categories, and maybe our top people can suggest a few nominations, and then the public will vote on the nominations. Huh?
Maybe.
Category 5 is still gaining weight for Ian. It's now 53-47. Still close, though.
It's close. It's close. A lot closer than I thought it would be.
Here's a look at Chaba from visible imagery
Oh,
of
right.
Himura 8 as it made landfall.
Let's go to Chaba. Blimey. That's a massive cloud there. And where did that hit?
China. Southern China.
China.
There's around land.
There it is.
Right
It's
around
very
there.
large.
Yeah, huge.
You could see that on infrared over
Still
here.
quite a bit of strength after landfall, looking at how those clouds were spinning. And all of that moisture with it.
Can we just skip over air?
No, we've got to do it.
It's garbage, though.
I don't care. We got to see it.
We'll get a participation award for it.
Yeah.
You tried. Let's find that. I remember it was also a really weak storm back in 2016 too, and it was active, I believe, just after Moranti. I want to say.
I think so.
Yeah, air was that stupid storm that just did a loop in the South China Sea.
Yeah. Here's Arir, or A-R-E or E or whatever.
Airy.
It's called. Air. Tropical storm Air.
Ear.
That formed earlier this year.
Eerie.
In time. Yeah, Eerie storm.
Pack
there
Attack says, is Irma in the top 100? You'll have to watch it and find out.
Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe.
What time is the stream starting on Sunday? Alright, I'll tell you. Our charity stream begins at 7 p.m. UTC. That is 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and we're running for 9 hours, though.
That's early.
It is, but we're going for all time zones. But we're running for 9 hours until 11 p.m. Eastern.
Is there going to be some sort of incentive that involves me losing at Rocket League?
Oh, that would be nice. We've got to think about what those incentives are going to be. We haven't really thought this through very much. We just have set up all of our games, and we just want people to have a good time whilst feeling good about themselves, donating to this great cause. We're going to be getting people from Direct Relief. We're hoping to get them on the stream, so you'll be able to see firsthand what they do. So that's going to be quite exciting in itself, to feel as though, you know, we're actually directly doing something here as a community.
Anyway, we have to continue on now.
Go on.
Bonnie's next.
That was a rare.
Oh, Bonnie. Yeah, that was diarrhea.
Which I've actually analyzed to only have briefly hit major hurricane status.
Interesting.
NHC went for 12 hours, and Dvorak and satellite data only supports a peak of around 3 hours, actually.
When should we end the poll, Ethan?
Now.
I don't know. Now, I guess.
But,
keep it going.
But Category 5 is still winning.
Too bad.
Still it's you.
Go a little longer. Right then, there's Bonnie. Lackluster in the Atlantic, clearly. But there it went.
Right near the end.
Yeah, becoming a tropical storm. If the peninsula wasn't there, it would be a hurricane by the time it got to the other side. Oh, it's restarted.
This is the Eastern Pacific, Atlantic side only. And so if we go to the Eastern Pacific, it has a major resurgence. Yeah, Ram did that for whatever reason, so
yeah, because it had two different numbers. It was like 2L and 4E. So...
But they didn't do that. They didn't do that with Auto, strangely enough, on Ram. They kept it in the same loop. So whatever, I guess they decided to do there. So here's its Eastern Pacific venture out there.
Wow.
Develops that big burst of convection off to the west there.
Yeah, you notice how it says EPO4 Bonnie?
Yeah.
And you can see the eye forms.
And then
forms a tiny little eye.
Quite impressive. Small.
Yeah.
Surprisingly small when you look at that wide angle. And there was that peak.
It go. Yeah, and then it slowly tries to come back, and then it dies. A sad
it is
death
quite
out
sad.
To see.
Yes.
And this holds the record for the longest PTC duration storm ever since they started that 5 years ago.
How long was it?
Oh gosh, I think it was 4 or 5 days or something to the degree of that.
Wow.
There's peak again, right around there.
I'm not even going to mention the next storm.
Why not?
What? What is it?
It's Colin.
Colin.
Oh,
Colon.
it was a. Hey, it tried. It formed out of the blue, and we got another name on the list, so it's something.
But in that news I announced earlier, the NHC have updated their casualty numbers or something like that, or they've made a correction or something. So let me read out what they wrote in their report for that section. No reports of damage associated with Colin. However, there was one direct casualty. The high surf along the South Carolina and North Carolina coast associated with Colin continued into the 3rd of July as strong winds persisted over portions of these waters after the system's circulation had dissipated. A 52-year-old man drowned at a beach in Oak Island, North Carolina, due to the associated rough surf.
Oh!
What?
Walter's here.
Oh.
And this is big because Walter's just moved to the U.S.
Crikey.
Welcome to America.
Hey guys.
Welcome to America.
Guys. What are you guys doing?
We're
What are you guys very bouncy.
Where are you at? Are you in Georgia?
No, of course I'm not in Georgia.
Why would he be in Georgia?
I'm in California.
Duh.
Are you still in LA, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I'm still in LA. Yeah.
How are you enjoying America so far?
I don't have any jet lag, which is good. I don't have any jet lag, which is good, but yeah, I'm still dealing with. I'm not in Hong Kong anymore now, and the skies are much more beautiful than it is in Hong Kong. Just look at it. To be honest,
Walter's so happy.
Look at it. It's amazing.
You've never seen the sky before.
What? I never seen the sky such you know, large, because in Hong Kong you only see like a little bit of the skies because of skyscrapers and such.
Right. So where are you right now?
No, I'm actually to be.
Was that a pizza shop?
No, I'm actually closer to Santa Ana than it is to Los Angeles. So yeah, consider myself in Santa Ana.
But you're
Are you
outside
going to take a trip down to San Diego?
But you're outside a pizza place. I can see the sign.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm actually. I have to be brief because my mom is, I don't know, meeting someone, and I'm sitting outside to like wait for her.
Just rewind there a minute. You said your mother was eating someone.
No, meeting.
Oh, meeting someone. I'm sorry.
Meeting someone. Meeting. Yeah.
Me and Isaac heard the same thing though.
No,
whoa, hold the phone there.
She's meeting someone.
Yes.
And I'm just waiting for her outside her place. So yeah, I'll have to be gone in like, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes.
All right. Well, it was
You're on my suspension here.
great for you to turn up. Thanks for joining us. Ethan, you can listen in as well and chat about these storms. Ethan?
Have a look at my screen, Nathan, because the next storm.
Oh my goodness.
Derby.
What is it?
Oh, we already went through Colin. Yeah. There's Ethan's favourite storm of the year.
Look at that.
Well, to be honest, if I'm a little bit biased, I will consider Derby the storm of the year as well because I did the animation of it.
Oh yeah.
I remember using that very imagery on a storm update video. It was pretty good.
Yeah,
I have a video of Derby here.
Christian, you remember the thing when I broke your computer with Derby?
No.
It was Derby.
Easily the storm of the year. Easily.
Yes.
No questions asked.
In the world?
Yes.
What?
Well, that's not
Hitting
true.
out,
I
hitting
just
out like
I just
Hinam no
called
and
it
Moru.
like the storm of the year
that
in
visitor
terms of the
presentation.
East Pack. That's the thing is there are much more better storms in the West Pack than it is in the East Pack.
Oh,
I mean,
shots fired.
I mean, let's be honest. This storm, we'll peek ahead. This storm is not far behind it. Where is it?
Look at that,
There it
Ethan.
is.
Look at that eye. Look at Ethan.
Yeah.
That storm is not far behind.
Yeah. All right. Just to
But there's
remind everyone,
Derby.
Derby did nothing, right?
Yeah, I did
no,
nothing.
actually, it actually did something that's quite surprising. Actually, it really pulled a 180 after peak,
Right.
and got major hurricane
Yeah.
status again.
Yeah, but it didn't.
Cool.
It didn't hurt you or your feelings or anything like that, Ethan, did it?
No. It did cause actually a little bit of damage. I heard on the Hawaiian Islands.
Oh, really?
Actually. Yeah, it
No, it did. Wait. It did nothing, Ethan. It did nothing. It did like minimal damages in Hawaii, but nothing severe was impacted. I heard.
Yeah, it wasn't anything big. It was just very minimal.
Oh.
Bottom of the barrel.
Look.
All right.
Just look at the sunset. It's
resurgence.
amazing.
What's next?
Estelle.
Because we are running low on time.
Another East Pack one.
Estelle.
We've got to get through these really quick, guys. We've not got long.
Oh,
Yeah.
it'll be all right. I mean, no one's going to turn up for
We got
my
30
game shows
seconds.
anyway, are they?
I mean, Estelle was here. I mean, Estelle tried to become a major hurricane. Really was potent, if you ask me, until like the last minute when it started to weaken.
Wasn't it? Was it dry air or was it sea surface temperatures that were not in its favor? I forgot.
I think it was dry air.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's Estelle.
Oh, better take my camera off again.
I
There
mean,
it
look
is.
at whenever it became a hurricane.
Pulsing.
Around 3 UTC on July 17th.
Oh,
And you
yeah.
can just see it was either Estelle or Frank, but one of those two looked very potent going into the hurricane phase.
Didn't last very long.
No, because dry air.
We go
killed it.
back to that. What did you say? 17 fed around 18
Shrimp.
UTC.
The 17th at 3Z.
Yeah,
at
it was
3Z.
shrimping.
Yeah, look at that.
It was shrimping.
Yeah, there's 3 UTC
Dry.
there.
Yeah, that's when it becomes a hurricane.
Rightly so.
And so that was Estelle.
And then Frank was right after it, literally right after it.
Frank. Gotta be Frank here. Where's Frank? There it is. Oh, that is.
dear.
Really?
That is. Frank is. Oh, that's actually not too.
I think it was actually. I think Frank is the one I'm talking about that looked very potent going into its hurricane phase. When did Frank become a hurricane?
It might have been Frank, yes.
Here's Frank.
But we've no idea.
You can see on the top left there, the other storm.
Estelle.
That's Georgia. That's Georgette.
Oh, my bad. Well, there's that storm as well.
Yeah, Georgette was weak.
All
So,
right.
2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, Frank was a tropical storm for a few days, and then it started to get its act together.
Here it goes.
And then it had dual convective bursts rotating around the center there. For a brief period of time, it really looked like it was about to take off, and then it never did.
Oh, goodbye.
Impressive, in a way. What's
Yeah,
next?
Georgette. You saw Georgette there, and the remaining 2 are Songda and Trassus, both weak stuff in the West Pack.
Oh, I
the
remember these, yeah.
Songda was really, really disappointing. Trassus was even worse.
Trassus probably wasn't even a tropical cyclone, to be honest.
Here's Trassus then. What is this?
A tropical storm by the DMA.
Oh no. No,
That's
nasty.
not a tropical storm.
It's that short? It's
That's
that short?
nasty.
Wow. Only 1 day. Well, there's enough of that, I guess.
I mean,
Thumbs
I
down
remember
on
when,
that one.
I remember when Trassus was named, I put it as a light blue color on the bulletin, which means just a low without not even
Well, yeah,
being
because
tropical.
ASCAP passes never got a closed circulation on it, so.
And And then
and
I
they-
remember having to put. I remember having. Oh, like it was brief tropical storm. I'm like, no, it was not. But I was basically told to change Tracer's color on the bulletin to green instead of light blue.
Here's
And I
Songda.
was like, that is not
Yeah,
right. Same thing with Songda, actually.
Yeah, Songda didn't really become a tropical cyclone until it was in the East China Sea.
Songda didn't. Songda was like, yeah. Although I remember Songda was 8W, right?
Maybe.
Sorry?
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe. I just remember that I think with 8W that did become Songda in the end. I'm not sure. I remember like I was working with its invest designation on the bulletin, and then I hear news, oh, it's 8W now, so I had to like make a few changes before I uploaded it. So
yeah.
As the Northern English say, that's minging, that is.
Yeah, but during this 2-month period, there were 6 Hurricane Force systems, and all but one of them were in the East Pack.
Oh, Ethan with his East Pack propaganda again.
Also, Nathan, look at my screen for a second here.
Now what?
I think you're gonna have to allocate a long time for the discussion tomorrow because
we can.
oh my goodness.
Lord. Scary.
Oh my goodness.
What? I don't see anything.
There's a lot of storms there, isn't there?
Pretty bad.
Well, that's for tomorrow.
Yeah, so buckle up for tomorrow, everyone.
Yay.
And yes, that is actually the amount of storms that actually occurred in August and September. I'm not kidding you. All of them happened that month. All of them happened within that period.
And how many Atlantic storms were there in August? I think you'll find the answer will be none.
Ethan?
What?
Is it?
Yeah, there wasn't any.
There you go. Right
Actually,
then.
fun fact that might shock a lot of people here. I'll give out real quick. The Atlantic, typically, you know how we measure things by ACE. The month this year that had the second highest ACE value was actually November. Actually.
Yep, it was. Crazy. Well, that's the end of our monthly summaries, and now we're supposed to be going into our game show hour. We're supposed to have another Eye of the Storm, even though we've not done any yet due to no one turning up, and the Super Cyclone Challenge, which has gone on okay, even though we only started on Tuesday. However, we have not got the people needed for either tonight. So that's fantastic.
You have Party One in the call.
Yes. Parry One is one of the people who's supposed to be playing Eye of the Storm tonight, and the other people that applied also went on to the standby list, and so it now comes to the moment, unless people who applied, if you're watching right now, send me a message real quick. But otherwise, I would like to invite Ethan to play against Parry One tonight in Eye of the Storm.
Why not me?
Because you were further down in the draw.
Aww.
Really, Ethan, you sure?
I'm fine with that.
So Ethan is going to play Parry One in Eye of the Storm.
Good luck.
Ooh, about time we got a game.
Let's go!
Yeah, I've just got to sort them out into a group now because I can't do it on desktop because it would mess up all of the screen here. So we'll get that working in just a moment. We'll get Ethan in it. Here. I suppose you could, but I'm going to get there first, I think. And we're going to get this going then. So say goodbye for the time being to the rest of the team, and we're now going to go and launch ourselves. Christian having a nice little wave there. Launch ourselves into the next chat room that we've got ready and talk to Ethan and Parry One. Whilst we wait there, we'll show you the preliminary track map for 2022 Atlantic Hurricane season quite randomly. Alright then, let's go to the game, and I'm really excited that we've got a game going tonight in Eye of the Storm. It's going to be quite concerning. because we've not played this game in ages. Most people don't know what it is, and so I'm a little bit scared. We have Ethan and we have Paiwan. It's a 2-player game, a versus game. They're against each other, and Eye of the Storm takes us through 4 different rounds. The first round, and it may start to jog your memory now. The first round is a questions on tropical cyclones round. You get 1 minute to answer the bank of questions that I've got. And then the second round is a specialist subject round. We have 3 to choose from tonight, and they've got to choose their favourite, or whichever one is best for them. And the third round, or is that? Hold on a minute. The specialist subject is the third round, sorry. The second round is 10 minutes of Guess the Storm.
Oh, God.
Oh, God, indeed. And the final round
I don't want to be here.
is a straight race to the finish. General knowledge questions in a 2-minute timer. And we'll explain it all as we go along. Right, first of all, I need to get to my game show room on here. Where is it? I've got to sort out a few little buttons here because the personnel has changed. But hopefully when I press this button, things will go okay. Oh, God. What was that? Oh, here we are. Oh, goodness me. This is the intro. Welcome to Eye of the Storm. You can tell this is not going to go well already. Nice. Paiwan, are you here? You also go by the name Perry, don't you? Because that's the name I've put in your little contestant thingy tonight. Are you there? Can we hear you? Hello?
He's muted himself on his Discord client.
Oh. And in a minute you'll hopefully be able to see the others. There they are. There's Ethan. I don't know what's happened to that screen. Hold on, let me just get this screen working. You see, we've got teething issues here, but you can just have a look at Ethan. He's looking happy, even though he doesn't really know what he's signed up for.
I don't want to be here.
You don't want to be here? But it's nice here. Hey, there's prizes up for grabs, by the way. My webcam stopped as well.
Oh,
everything's going wrong.
What if I do?
Somehow in the UK. Yes, that's broken. Great.
This is going well, isn't it?
Hello. We're back.
I almost want to say congratulations, but I don't at the same time.
Thank you. Yeah, this will be Eye of the Storm in a minute. I just don't know where Perry's gone. Hello? Hello?
You can introduce me.
We heard him for a minute. We heard him for just a short second just then. Hello? Oh, not again. Don't play the... Oh, Jesus.
He keeps muting himself on his Discord client.
Hello? We may as well have not played. No, but trust me, there's real prizes. Tonight's winner, it's the first game of the week, so tonight's winner will win, ready? A Force 13 pillow. Yep. Force 13 pillow for the winner tonight. And the winner at the end of the week, when whoever is still on at the end of the week, because winner stays on basically, so the next game, however many games we go through, the final game at the end of the week, whenever we get there, the winner of that final game will win a Force 13 merch bundle and a year's subscription to WSV3 for the following year, so that's quite exciting as well. Isn't it, Perry? Hello? Why is he muting himself and not muting? Hello? Keep the microphone switched on. Are you there?
Yeah, I think you might. I think you might have to go into your settings and change your audio input and output.
This has got me quite scared. I tell you what, though, we can actually. Someone said Perry ate himself in the chat. We can actually do Ethan's round first, and actually get something going here, because it's only the final. Well, it's the Guess the Storm and the final round where they actually take part together. But at the moment, it's just Ethan's questions here, and you're going to have a minute to answer as many of these questions right as you can. 10 points per correct answer. You don't lose any for wrong answers, and you will have 1 minute to answer as many as you can. Are you ready to play, Ethan?
Shoot me.
I'd rather not.
You know what I mean. Give me the questions.
Shoot me.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, sure. I'll shoot you. Is this the right button? Oh god, I'm a bit worried.
I don't know.
Oh, hold on. Why is it doing that? Let me get the... for some reason, it's looping. I'll turn that button off. There we go. Alright, Ethan, here we go. Good luck. Which month was the first Pacific hurricane of 2022?
May.
Correct. Cyclone Hyacinth is most known for what?
Rainfall.
Correct. What scale is used to classify Atlantic hurricanes?
Saffir-Simpson.
Correct. Which typhoon was the most recent to get its Philippine name retired? Use either name.
Surigay.
No, it's Rai. In 2021, Hurricane Ida made landfall in which state?
Louisiana.
Correct. Hurricane Nate was retired after the 2017 hurricane season. True or false?
True.
Correct. Which category did Hurricane Delta achieve in its secondary peak in 2020?
3.
Correct. Which province or state did Hurricane Igor affect the most?
Newfoundland.
Correct. A binary hurricane interaction is more commonly known as what?
Fujiwara.
Correct. Cyclone Marcus reached Category 5 intensity in which year?
2018.
That's time, and you got it. 90 points. A good start for Ethan Bruning.
Whew. Only one wrong.
Yeah, not bad at all. Right then, Perry.
Can you hear me?
Oh, hello.
There he goes.
Finally. This is
Finally.
the moment that I've been waiting for.
Absolutely.
I had a lot of problems because I'm at a cafe at Pete's, Fremont.
Sorry?
I was at the cafe in Fremont and I was like,
you're at a cafe.
Why is not working? Yes.
I see. Right. Well, best of luck. Did you hear the instructions and what you've got to do?
Sorry, I got no, because I got cut off because I was searching
All right.
how to speak well.
Yep, 60 seconds. Hurricane-related questions. Answer as many correctly as you can in that 60-second time limit, okay?
This is gonna be nuts.
It's gonna be nuts. Here we go. Where's it gone? Here we
I
go.
do not.
Why is it broken?
I don't know because I have some lot of background noises.
Oh, here we
and
go.
I feel comfortable.
Alright, we're ready. Here we go. Hurricane John in 1994 is most well known for what?
He was most known for traveling across the Pacific along towards passing through Hawaii and then moved into the Western Pacific like a boomerang and then head back to
Alright, I'll
Western
give it to you. Keep it
Pacific.
short. Hurricane Dennis in 2005 first made landfall in which country?
Maybe in Florida? I mean,
No,
United States?
Cuba. How many major hurricanes formed in the Atlantic in 2022?
Yeah, at least 3 major hurricanes.
No, it's 2. Which Category 5 hurricane formed in June 1973?
June 1973 is Hurricane. I am not sure about this.
Nope. Cyclone Mekunu struck Oman in May of which year?
Cyclone is struck India.
No, 2018. In October 1999, 2 strong cyclones battered which Indian state?
Goa.
It was Odisha. 10 points.
Man, I was so bad at it.
At least we've got your signal.
Yes, finally, because I was trying to see my dog.
Can I answer that June question, Nathan, that you had?
Which one was that?
You said a Cat 5 in June 1973, I
Yes.
think.
But you're not
Was
going
it
to get
ever?
you're not
Was
going
it
to get
ever?
points for it. It was Ava, yep.
Yeah. Knew it was.
Yeah, but you won't be getting points for that.
I know. It's unfortunate.
Right.
It's unfortunate.
I've got to share my screen for the next part, which never goes well.
God.
So you're going to get an infinite mirror here for a minute. But no, it's all right. We've still got Ethan and Perry here with us. You can't see Perry, unfortunately, and I wouldn't trust his signal, to be honest. So let me go and set up the Guess the Storm round, because that's why you have to look at my screen.
Oh, no.
What happens is you get 60 seconds to answer every question, every Guess the Storm round. Clues will gradually appear during the 60 seconds. Your maximum points that you can score is 50. And after every 10 seconds, those points drop to 40, 30, 20, and eventually 10 when there's 20 seconds to go. And if you don't get it in the time limit, then no one gets the point. The first person to guess the storm correctly gets the point, of course. All right?
This is going to be much fun.
The only worry I've got about this is that I can't remember what the storms are either now. So... It's a great game, isn't it? Let's see what we've got. Oh god, no, we don't have that.
Oh god, that was a mirror.
There we go. Here we go, we're beginning. What is this?
Oh.
That's like the Pacific Typhoon of that's about to make that
Is
one.
that Pacific Typhoon? What is it?
Agabus.
No.
Jebby.
No.
Typhoon, no, maybe...
Not what you said.
Maracas?
No.
I don't know about that.
That's not Faxai, is it?
No. All the clues coming out.
That's not Lan, is it?
No. Those are your choices.
Long Wong.
Yokake?
No.
Oh, it's Diamu.
No.
Diamu.
It's a Tao?
Yes, it's a Tao. Ethan got there first.
What?
No, I was the hair of tortoise in the hair.
Did Diamu in 2004 strike Japan? I don't think it did. Oh god, that's the next one.
Here's the next one.
I can see the eye.
Another Pacific Typhoon.
Hagibis.
No.
Rai.
No. Category 4 Peak.
John?
No. I mean, this is fiendishly difficult. 1980s.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Oh my god, I'm not going to get this one.
Well, at least when there's 20 seconds to go, it gives you the multiple choices, so you'll have a chance. It's just who gets it first.
Yeah,
for another 10 points. Warren, Ellen, Bill,
Ellen.
Doyle, or Clara?
Ellen.
Bill.
Nope. It's Bill. Yes, Ethan. Ethan gets it again.
I missed. Oh, man.
Bill had a tiny eye.
We need to move that score. We'll put it up there. Here comes the next storm. What on earth is this?
Vet.
The typhoon?
Vet. 2010.
No, it's not Fet. It's an Atlantic hurricane.
What? Gonzalo?
No.
Katrina?
No. After 1990.
A.N.?
No.
Wait, is this Charlie?
Edward.
No.
Florence?
Night season.
Late season. No.
Gaston?
Bait.
No. No. Oh god. We see us in the background.
Hortense, maybe? No, that's not late season.
One of these.
Michelle.
Paloma.
Yes, it's Michelle. Well done, Perry. Got one.
It's a hit.
Well done.
Scored.
Well done.
Michelle
Good.
and Paloma are very, very similar.
They are. That's true.
I need to charge now. Be right back for a bit.
What? You're
What?
going?
What?
Just for a little bit. Because I'm at a cafe near the
Oh my
outlet.
goodness,
It will be a few seconds.
Oh god. Okay.
Oh my goodness, I know this one.
Ethan knows this one.
Bill?
No. Bill.
It's
at peak.
It's 1980s. It's super 1980s or something like that. Auto.
I'm back.
Auto.
No. Perry, what is it?
Maybe is it
That one?
No.
Dorian?
One.
No. Here we go. One of these.
What then?
Noel.
Noel is the right answer. Ethan's got another 10.
And I missed.
Yep.
Yeah, Gordon wasn't really late season, was it?
Yep. 94.
I think it was. Yeah.
Noel, 2007.
Retired for no reason.
Oh. And you thought it was 1980s.
Got that right.
Oh my goodness. Carl.
No, it's not Carl. I had to think for a minute then.
Bonnie.
Diana.
No.
No, it's not Diana.
Bonnie.
No.
No.
Come on,
Debbie?
some of you can get more
After
points.
1990, yeah.
No.
Man.
Come on, someone get more than 10 points, please. Hurricane at peak.
Maybe Charlie.
No, what did Ethan say?
Stan.
Yes, it's Stan. 20 points. Well done.
Yeah, because obviously that satellite imagery looks like a southward moving storm. So I just had to think, what storm is moving south in that area? Well, because the low level clouds look like that it's moving southward.
Interesting. Well done, Ethan, there on getting 20 points on that one. Here comes the next
and plus,
storm.
the center looks in land too. You just it doesn't look like. I mean, western moving storm does not happen.
What's
Diana.
that?
Diana.
No.
Dorian.
No. Come on.
Fran.
No.
IANEN.
No. Not a major.
Bonnie. Bonnie.
No.
Ophelia.
Bonnie was a major, wasn't it? Not Ophelia. No hurricane landfall.
What?
Hold on a minute, I can't remember what it is now either. Was that one Ophelia? What storm was this? Oh, it's one of those. Okay, we're still alright. I think it.
Dennis.
It's not Arthur because Arthur made a hurricane landfall. It's not Dennis. Dennis made a hurricane landfall.
Yeah, it was Ophelia. I'm pretty sure.
It was Ophelia, and I got that way earlier on, then.
Yeah, you got the points. I'm just trying to remember. You got 30 points for that, I think.
Ooh.
What's that?
Ooh.
It's Dorian.
No, it's not Dorian. It's not Emily. It was on
Ivan.
No.
Anna.
No.
Ooh. It's on until like the tip of my tongue.
Come on.
Bonnie.
It's not Ivan.
Lenny. Not Ivan.
Alan? No, it's not Alan.
Someone in the chat's got it right so far.
Emily.
No, it's one of these.
Dean.
It's Dean. I don't know if Ethan said Dean, but I heard Perry over him, and I'm going to give him the point.
I did say Dean, yes.
I'm giving Perry the point.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Because I like Perry. Next, come on. What are we up to now? Are we near the end?
Ooh, is that Guillermo?
3 more to go. No, it's not Guillermo.
What do you mean a specific typhoon? What do you mean?
It's a specific typhoon. It's not Haiyan, no.
Oh, it's an old one. It's an old one. It's
not
a really old one.
At peak.
Yeah, this is it's gonna be just waiting until the hints pop up. 100%.
Mid-season. No.
Tokake.
No. Which one of these?
Joy one.
Aoki.
It's Aoki. Ethan gets the points. 180 to 30. 2 more to go after this. Well, at least we haven't missed on any of them yet, completely.
Yeah.
What is that?
Land.
Bloody hell, I can't remember what that is either. It's not land though, I remember that much.
Hagibus.
2000. Sorry?
Hagibus?
Ivan.
No, it's...
Major hurricane? What?
It's not
Katrina it is.
I remember what it is now. It's... No, you're nowhere near. Eastern Pacific. Eastern...
Wallaka.
No, Wallaka.
What
2000s, Ethan.
I know. Oh, what was that name that happened during Patricia? Olaf.
No, it's one of these.
No, it's not.
No, it's not that. Oh, for God's sake.
Franklin?
It didn't give the right answers. That's from the older one.
Oh,
Ernesto?
Think of a name beginning with N.
Ernesto?
No.
What was it, an N?
Earl?
It was Norman.
Was it? Oh.
2004. There's Ethan in the background. What? What is this?
Goni.
It's not Goni.
Jebby.
Those choices were broken. Sorry about that. It's an Atlantic hurricane. What?
Dorian.
A major hurricane. Sorry about the glitch.
A tiny storm.
There we go. Fixed it.
Is this Dorian?
No, it's not Dorian at all.
Is that Isabel?
No.
No.
Harvey.
What an interesting guess.
Ooh.
One of these.
Debbie?
No.
Ella.
Yep, it's Ella. 1978. And that concludes the shambles of a Guess the Storm round.
Oh my goodness, finally. Oh my goodness. Dude, Guess the Storm, every single time I play it, stresses me the heck out, and I hate it.
Ay.
190-30.
Because I can never win in it. I can never win. I always lose.
No, Ethan.
It's horrible.
You're winning now.
Well, yeah, because it's a 1v1 basically. Not whenever it's an entire team versus an army of people. And it's impossible to win. They have Wikipedia, they have RAM, they have everything. What we have? Looking at an image.
Seriously, to Ethan.
Bias.
190-30.
That's amazing, Ethan. That was very, very heartfelt. Right, we have... I think it's the person with the least points that gets to choose first. So, Perry, you've got the choice between 3 topics for your next round of questions. All right?
Yes.
The topics are a strat round, an NFL history round, or 2011 Atlantic hurricane season. Which topic would you like to pick?
2011 Atlantic hurricane season.
The 2011 Atlantic hurricane season. All right. We're going to give you 10 questions on the 2011 Atlantic hurricane season in the next 60 seconds. Okay, you ready? Once again, 10 points for each correct answer. Here we go. Where's the button? Here we go. No, it stopped again. Why is it doing that? Oh, here we go. Right. What was the first hurricane of the year? Sorry?
Anna?
No. What was the first named storm of the year? Quickly. Should we move on? What was the most intense storm of the year?
Maybe Ivan?
No, Ophelia. How many off-season storms were there in 2011?
Ten.
How many?
10.
Not 10. How many storms made landfall on the Gulf Coast of the United States?
7.
No, it's 2. That's the end of your time. 0 points.
I don't remember everything.
Ethan, which topic would you like to choose?
Can I choose the same one, or do I have to choose a
No,
different one?
it's got to be one of the ones we've got left. It's either Strat or NFL history.
Oh, for goodness sake. You obviously know which one I'm going to go for. Let's get this over with. Strat. Oh my
Strat
goodness. This is going to be a nightmare. This is going to be a nightmare.
Damn.
This is going to be an absolute nightmare, because I don't know anything about football. So.
And this was written a while back, so...
Oh no.
I don't know how correct all this stuff is anymore, but here we go with the Strat round for Ethan.
Oh no.
Right. What storm did Strat incorrectly name after himself?
Umberto.
No, Kananga. What year did Strat join Force 13?
2015.
16. What year did Strat first message Nathan?
2014.
13. Which animal is Strat having to dress as if Force for Good raised $1,000? Which Force 13 game show birthed the banned Strat meme?
Guess the storm.
Yes. What is the strongest tropical cyclone to impact Strat?
Ooh, pass.
Sandy. What was Strat's major at college?
Pass.
Finance. Does Strat have a sister or a brother?
Brother.
Sister. Does Strat have a cat, a dog, or both?
Both.
Correct. What year did Strat host his first Force 13 live stream?
2018.
Correct. What Twitch streamer wore a banned Strat shirt live to 1,500 people?
No clue.
It was the stock guy. Of course it was.
What?
Yes, something like that. Well, Ethan got, I think, 40 points out of that to get to 230 against.
Could be worse. Could be a lot worse.
Perry, a mountain to climb if you're going to get back in this game in the general knowledge attack round. The final round works like this. You have 2 minutes to answer as many correct questions. Don't start yet. To answer as many of these questions as possible, you'll have to buzz in to give me. If you buzz in first, then we get to go to you and for you to give us your answer, basically. So shout buzz if you think you know the answer, and if you're correct, then you get the 10 points. If you're wrong, I'll ask the other person, and they don't have a time limit. Because we stop the clock every time someone buzzes, okay?
Yep.
Is that clear to both of you?
Mm-hmm.
If you know the answer, buzz in! Here we go. Best of luck to you both. No, don't start yet. I'm not ready. Here we go. What is the square root of 169?
Buzz.
Ethan.
13.
Correct. Where's my score gone? Sorry about this. Ethan's got 10 more points. Let's start the clock again. According to the proverb, all roads lead to which city?
Buzz.
Ethan.
London.
No. Perry, what's the answer?
San Francisco?
No. It's Rome. In which decade did the world's population reach 4 billion?
Buzz.
Ethan.
90s.
No. Perry?
The 1850s?
No, the 1970s. The 1850s.
What?
Starting the clock again. What year was the first model of the iPhone released?
Buzz.
Buzz.
Ethan.
1990.
No. Perry?
2007.
Correct. He's got one. Amazing. Who discovered penicillin? Oh, they might not know that one.
Pass.
We're passing. What is the largest bone in the body?
Pass.
Perry? No?
Femur.
Correct. That is the correct answer.
What?
It's the femur. We'll give you that. And we'll start the clock again now. What does a Geiger counter measure?
Buzz.
Ethan.
Flare or chaff, one of the two. But could be both of them, to be honest.
Measures what?
Flare or chaff.
What is that?
Those are countermeasures that you said used on aircraft. So
Not
got a countermeasure, right?
Geiger counter.
Oh, I have no clue.
Perry?
No clue at all after Ethan.
It's radiation. How many valves does the heart have?
What was the question?
How many valves does the heart have?
Buzz.
Ethan.
3.
No. Perry?
4.
Correct. Another 10 points for Perry.
Close.
240 to 60. Only 64 seconds remaining, though. How many sides does a decagon have?
Buzz.
Ethan.
20.
No. Perry?
10.
Yes, another one.
I knew that it was 20 or 10.
How many rings are on an Olympic flag?
Buzz.
Ethan.
5.
Oh, we couldn't get that one wrong. How many keys does a classic piano have?
Buzz.
Ethan.
30. I don't
Perry?
know.
Do you
I
know,
don't know
Perry?
this stuff.
How many keys does a classic... Sorry?
88.
Correct. It's 88.
What?
What is the capital of Turkey?
Buzz.
Ethan.
Istanbul.
No. Perry?
What? Capital of Turkey is...
I swear to
I
God.
do not know.
Oh, it's Ankara. What color is vermilion?
Buzz.
Perry.
The color of vermilion is pink.
No. Ethan?
I think it's green.
No, it's red. Area 51 is located in which US state?
Buzz.
Ethan.
Nevada.
That's the right answer. 260 to 80. On a dartboard, what number is directly opposite 1?
Buzz.
Perry.
-1.
-1. Ethan.
18.
Nearly 19.
Close.
What geometric shape is generally used for a stop sign?
Buzz.
Ethan.
Octagon.
That's right. What is the last letter of the Greek alphabet?
Buzz.
Perry.
The Zeta.
No. Ethan.
Pi.
No, it's Omega.
Oh,
what disease is caused by a lack of vitamin C?
Buzz.
Perry.
Scurvy.
That's right. Scurvy. Well done.
How does he know this stuff?
Monza and
I'm
Silverstone
impressed.
are venues of which sport?
Buzz.
Perry.
Say that again for which question?
You can't do it like that.
Maybe is it hockey?
No, Ethan, what's the answer? Monza and Silverstone are venues for which sport?
Football, maybe?
Oh my god, it's Formula 1. What
Oh
does the
God,
term
I should know that.
GPU stand for?
Buzz.
Perry?
The computer processing unit.
No, GPU. Ethan?
Ooh. Something
laughing at
processing unit.
I can't give you that.
I know. I'm guessing.
Alright.
Is it graphics processing unit? I think it might be that.
That's the
'Cause
right
GPU
answer.
Oh
Well
my
done.
goodness! Because GPU is graphics card and
That's
stuff like
right,
that. 'cause
see?
I had to buy one, so
Yes.
I had to guess. I did not think that G was graphics. I did not think that at all.
11 seconds left. Which science deals with the motion of projectiles?
Buzz.
Pass.
Perry.
Maybe is it the multiplication sign?
Is it what?
The multiplication sign.
I have no idea what you said, but it's not that. Ethan?
Pass.
It's ballistics. According to Greek mythology, who was the first woman on Earth?
Puzz.
Ethan.
Eve. Eve.
Not in Greek mythology, no. Perry?
Pandora.
That's the right answer.
How does he know this stuff? How? Honestly, what?
I'm a big
There's
brainer.
1 second left. There's 1 second left.
There is. And
Bring it
I'll
on.
only have enough time to read this question out and it'll give you the answer. Fissures, vents, and plugs are all associated with which geological feature? Perry?
It might be like mountain graphics.
No. Ethan?
Inlets.
Volcanoes. The final score tonight is Ethan 280, Perry 100, and we got through an Eye of the Storm episode somehow. I'm not sure how we managed quite to do that, but we did in the end. And Ethan wins yet another Force 13 pillow to his collection and goes through to our next round. So that means picking the next person for the Eye of the Storm won't be as difficult since Ethan will be here. And that will be...
I got two of my 413 merches under my belt. I don't know where my other one is. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Already got this.
Nice.
That's two under my belt now.
And if anyone wants to know what the Force 13 pillow looks like, I actually do have one in the studio as well. The Force 13 pillow, quite large. I think this is the...
Buy it.
Is that the largest size? I'm not sure. But that's...
Holy cow, that's huge.
One of the pillows. There it goes. Anyways, that was our... what am I saying? Eye of the Storm. Yes, excellent.
Can I ask a request, Nathan?
Yes.
Can you throw the pillow at Christian, please?
Throw the pillow at Christian. Right, we'll have to get Christian back on in a moment, but we will throw the pillow. Now would be a good time to go to a break, but we don't have anything break-worthy set up. Or do we? No. So let's press... Hopefully this button will work. What's that? That's just me looking. That's a still shot of me from earlier.
Hold
it would appear.
Hold on.
What? But now we're
I got the image of it.
Great.
Got the image of it.
And now we're going to go back to our main chat with the rest of our team who are waiting. In fact, only one of them is waiting. Let's go there now. We're back with Christian, who has a Force 13 pillow as well.
Yeah, so you can't throw it at me.
So we're gonna... Yeah, I've already thrown it to you.
No. Well, you know what? I caught it. So here it is.
Pillow fight. Hold on a minute. How's that possible?
Oh, crikey. What the hell is going on?
Why are we doing this?
My cord is breaking. Oh, dear.
Alright, so that was an eventful Eye of the Storm. Yeah, Perry didn't do that great, but you came on strong with the general knowledge. That was really impressive.
Yes, he did. Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, Ethan, you nearly walked out of the room.
Yeah.
I got destroyed in that last part. Literally. I'm not even kidding you. Like it wasn't even a competition.
That was an
like, how does he know all that off the top of his head?
I mean, I knew a Fed. I knew a Fed.
Same.
But my favourite part was, Buzz, say that again.
To be fair, I mean, I probably would have.
Don't forget, you and Christian are supposed to have a pillow fight.
Well, we're not really doing one. Anyway, so it looks like tonight we've got no one for the Super Cyclone Challenge, I don't think. Because, I mean, it's all well and good people volunteering to take part, but there was an application process, and we've got to try and hold out as much as possible for those people who went through the application process to actually take part, because they were the ones who were selected. So,
but we do have one more thing.
There's someone by the name of John, if you're watching. Your position is here. Come and join us. Maybe tomorrow. And also, another person that got through that we haven't heard from, Cricket Lighter 87. If you're watching, you got selected for the Super Cyclone Challenge, so please let yourself be known. Also, for the Eye of the Storm, some of the people that got through that we haven't heard from yet. Ro the Rainbender, you got selected. Suya the Mimicry Artist, another fascinating name, you got selected as well. And Declan, you were also selected for Eye of the Storm. Please make yourselves known to a Force 13 representative immediately. We have also got Isaac back with us as well. Hello.
My favorite part of it was when Ethan, instead of saying buzz, he said puzz.
Puzz. He didn't know whether to buzz or pass.
Puzz!
I didn't for a few of those.
Yeah.
Remember how I humiliated Ethan at the last moment.
So yeah,
screen sharing.
So we're just gonna have a little bit of fun here for a few minutes until the end of the hour, and then don't go away because it will be our Force 13 music remix collection, where we've got an hour of Force 13 remixes and a bonus track at the end. So look forward to that.
Ooh, a bonus track.
Actually, I have to ask: are there any animations that are going out tonight?
Oh gosh, yes, I forgot. There's also an animation which we should air now, or no, we'll air it just before the end of the. It's only a 4-minute long animation.
Legendary for Ev just asked Lucky 7, why'd you stop posting? I didn't stop posting. I posted like 5 days ago.
Yep. So we'll air that animation at 5 to. So in the next 8 minutes or so, we can just look at Ethan and Christian sitting in chairs.
Screen sharing.
Oh, your screen. What's Ethan? Oh, you must be playing a game.
He's probably playing Rocket League or something.
Ethan.
I'm making a PB&J.
You're making a what?
A PB&J.
Oh, okay. Disgusting.
I was gonna say, you don't know what a PB&J is?
Yes, I know what a PB&J is. I didn't hear it.
Disgusting?
Yes,
what kind of planet do you live on?
Not this
It is in
one.
the UK.
Clearly. That's not a planet, though, is it?
It could be.
To some people, yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I know
Just
some people
Texas is a
think
country.
America's their own planet.
Ethan,
To
what's
other
the aim of
people,
this
they-
game?
To other people, they think Earth is the center of the universe, but
Ethan,
Should I? What?
what's the aim of this game?
I don't
That
know.
rhymes.
Should
That is Rocket League, Ethan.
Here, let me cue to like an actual match then.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Let's see how good Ethan is.
Why is the score 148 to
I don't
118?
know why that. Let's get some more questions. Great chance to send in your questions, by the way. When will 1997 Pacific Typhoon season come?
It's on the way.
Oh, and
Not
will
by
it,
me though.
and will it be a continual remix
Okay.
or just a music collection? It is a music collection, one song after the other. There's no mixing going on. To be honest with you, I have to be honest here, it's literally been thrown together. So there's just loads of Force 13 remixes, but they're great music, but you know, the visuals are a little bit you know. Yeah.
How are you pushing back? What are you doing, teammate?
this PB&J is busting.
Oh no.
Oh
Can you see your
no.
PB&J?
Oh no.
Oh, that's a big oh no.
Oh, yes.
Oh no. Oh yes. Oh maybe. Oh perhaps.
Or as Nelson would say, oh gosh, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Ethan,
What's up?
so you're playing Rocket League. Have you scored
He
any demo
is.
lessons?
Trying to
I saw
concentrate
you
right now.
scoring a demo lesson.
Believe it or
Ethan,
not,
can
Ethan
you-
is trying to
Ethan?
concentrate, he says.
Ethan, can you demo someone?
This is just live on Twitch apparently.
What?
One of my opponents is live on Twitch.
Wow, you're live in 2 places at once.
Yeah, this
Interesting.
is really
Famous.
riveting gameplay.
Ethan's really famous. Are they
Oh
your,
no.
Is it your team or their team that's streaming?
It's like right there.
Yeah,
It's right below me. Right
That
in front of
orange
me. Like,
guy,
keep on-
yeah.
I'm not gonna. Oh, I tried to kill
Alright.
him.
You said
Yeah.
that's where it's
Demo
on.
That's
him.
right, Ethan. Demo him.
Demo him.
Where's my teammate? Hello.
Hello.
Goodbye.
But if you guys, if people watching have any ideas for games that you want to see us do on our charity stream on Sunday, please let us know quickly because we need to organise all that real quick.
Yes.
We've already got a list of things to do, but if there's a fan favorite that people want to see as well that we don't have in our list, then we want to know.
What? Hopefully, ones that have audience participation in them, like Jackbox, for
course.
example. But you got others like
Yes, Jackbox. I like it.
Yeah, we'll have Jackbox. Don't worry about that. Kahoot.
Yeah.
I
Don't
think
forget. I mean, I could also do
Jackbox.
an online game of Tetris, but I don't think anyone here has Tetris.
I'm going to do like a Who Said What Kahoot. Maybe like a mega round of maybe 50 pictures.
Why are you voting to forfeit?
50 screenshots of random quotes that people said on our Discord server, maybe.
Oh no!
Who said it?
One of my
Nathan,
one
what
of my
about
teammates is
Gartic
voting to
Phone?
forfeit.
Maybe. If Christian has it.
If I have what? Again?
Nathan, what about Gartic Phone?
Oh, Gartic Phone. Oh, that's an interesting
I'm
one.
garbage!
Ethan.
I should have been able to
Ethan,
score
don't
that.
be toxic to yourself. It is not okay for you.
What?
That question gets taken out of context right there.
Oh no!
Keep on
That's
Twitch,
the Twitch
sport.
guy.
Oh my god.
Of course it is.
Oh no, Ethan. What have you done?
No.
Well, my teammate left. He went AFK for some reason.
Tut tut.
What the fuck?
Don't
Well,
you
did
just
they pass
hate
it left? Or it can almost go in. That's fine.
Well, in a few minutes we'll
That's
be
a goal.
taking a look at... Oh, well done,
Yes,
Ethan.
Ethan!
Okay,
That was an
finally.
easy goal. Also, that's the song that's playing, by the way.
Is that Crab Rave? Come on.
Yeah.
Why?
It's my player anthem.
Uno is another game
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Yes.
Every time that you get a
Yeah, we
a
want
save
that as well.
or
Uno.
yeah, oh, that was so
Oh, close.
And that's
Then
an
you
open
have to
net.
practice your shots. Oh no, a demo.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, you got close.
How did
so
I not
close.
score that?
Good.
Good question.
No boost. And my teammates can't take the ball for off the down the field for like an entire second.
They're a bit rubbish, aren't they?
Yes, they really are. Honestly, it's like this guy right here, like
I
that.
think they're watching the stream right now.
Yeah.
You need to get demoed, right?
Oh, let's go. Oh.
Oh
I
god.
wonder
That's
how
it.
many people watching that Twitch stream. What if there's like 1 million people watching that
Oh my
Twitch
goodness.
stream right now?
And we don't know it.
You don't even know.
I'm gonna go take someone's life here real quick.
Like,
Excuse me?
who's this
What?
Kyrios dude on here?
Yeah.
No, he's not known as Kyrios
Yeah, well-
on this game.
The Curious George
He
dude
jumped.
on here.
Die.
Baffling.
He didn't die.
Demo them. Go,
Well,
go,
I
go.
tried.
Vortex
I tried.
says GeoGuessr.
I mean, that's an
Oh.
idea, but that's not really like multiple people. That's single player sort of
Just
thing.
one
That's
person.
gonna be a goal.
Ethan.
Oh
Dude,
no, please.
The
My
Twitch
teammate
stream
had this
again.
pass. He passed it right to him, literally. Look. He could not have gotten any more perfect to pass.
Ethan.
Oh my god, your team loses.
It's not even my fault.
It was.
I'm on top of
Should
no, not on top
we
of it.
watch the animation?
No, I'm not.
Ow!
Get him back. So you said you were going to kill someone. You've not done that yet.
I
The
haven't.
disappointment is immeasurable, and your day is ruined.
There's not much time left. Time for
7.
another goal, though.
Oh my god.
It's not gone Ethan's way. Never mind,
One
Ethan.
like equals one prayer for Ethan.
I press F in the chat for him.
Yeah, I think we should. There he is. Poor Ethan. He was kept quiet today, wasn't he, on the field?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Christian,
do
any
like an
thoughts?
actual competitive mode. So the
Yeah,
aim
my
of this
thoughts too.
mode is if you've ever played Rocket League, this is called Drop Shot that I'm queuing to.
Oh,
And what the goal is
Yes.
is you have to open up the floor by hitting the ball on the floor, and it opens it up, and you have to hit a panel on the floor twice for it to actually be open it up so that you can insert the ball in there and score.
Right. We won't have
This
enough
is
time
this
to
mode.
watch it though, unfortunately. Andrew says that we should play Minesweeper.
No.
No.
About solitaire.
Solitaire.
Oh my goodness! What just
Well,
happened on the
alternatively,
kickoff?
alternatively,
Alternatively,
Minecraft.
freestyle. We had a server. I don't know what's
Can we
happened.
play Capture the World?
I think that server still is up.
What's that?
What?
I think the Minecraft server still
should be
technically
operational. Yeah.
Why would you hit that?
Why don't you play Lifeboat?
I need to check whether the animation that we've got ready is the actual animation.
Nice hit, teammate.
God. Yeah. Okay. We're ready to go with the animation, I think. So let's go and watch that, and then we'll say our goodbyes, and then we'll do our music collection. But first, this animation. Who made it again? This was made by Alex, wasn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, it was made by Alex,
Yeah,
aka
Alex.
TS.
I know it. It's made by Alex.
Yeah. And this is it. Enjoy.
On the night of April 29, Bangladesh was hit by a devastating cyclone. Winds of up to 145 miles an hour were followed by a terrifying wall of water which crushed everything in its way. The horror was unimaginable. At least 200,000 people may have died. Millions more are suffering and homeless. The people were helpless. Hundreds of small islands were totally submerged. A large number of those who died were very young. Mothers had tied their children to trees in attempts to save them. The storm swept mothers and children to destruction.
So, an interesting animation there. And there's the obligatory ad at the end. What did we think of that animation, guys?
It was pretty
Really good.
good for a first Force 13 animation.
Was it his debut?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's quite exciting.
And then he's doing. Oh yeah, I don't want to spoil it. Oh, are we live?
Yeah, we are live.
Oh my bad, I don't want to spoil it. I almost spoiled it.
I wasn't listening. What did you say?
I said I didn't want to spoil it, and I almost spoiled it.
I don't know what you almost spoiled because I wasn't listening, but that's all right.
What?
Yeah, there we are. Well, that pretty much concludes our live segment for the night, but let's just keep watching Ethan. He's near the end of his game.
Nope, it's going to go to overtime. That is
7, 6, 5, 4.
Nope, it's going to be
3,
overtime.
2.
Why is it so laggy?
1. Overtime. Oh, you
I
gotta
don't
wait
know
for the
what
ball to
any
hit
of
the
this
ground
means.
first. No, you gotta wait for the ball to hit the ground. What
I
the?
can't find my second AirPod.
Oh my god,
Those are the
Ethan.
goals? Those are the goals? What the heck?
Ethan.
Okay, so hang on a second. Can we just appreciate how much I carried my teammates?
No, clearly not.
Even when I was streaming?
Right.
Look at this. So you can see under where it says score. Look at the points.
What, 70?
No.
Oh, no.
Here, where it
1190.
says score.
No, Ethan, I
Yeah,
can't be
1190.
bothered.
What do you mean?
I can't be bothered zooming back in on your screen.
Oh, fine.
Thought you were going to swear at me then. Right, let's go on to the Force 13 Remix Collection. Like I said, a little disclaimer that I really didn't have much time to... It's literally just been slapped together, all of this. But it will slap. It's got some great tunes in there, created by various members of our community. And some that we've had done for us as well. Including the full intro to the Hurricane Week theme tune, the new one that got done in our opening titles. So you'll hear that as well at some point during this. But now our live team are saying goodnight, and we're going to go to our hour-long music collection here, the Force 13 Remix Collection. Here it is.
Happy New Year. Good night.